IMG were stunned by a very spirited Sri Lions unit. In their opening match of the league, they would want to make a comeback. Both these teams will have to win.
Room outside the off stump, and this has pierced the field between the cover and extra cover, and the ball racing towards the boundary for 4 runs.
First runs off the bat in the form of a lovely drive through the offside. Didn't try to hit it hard. Just a gentle push and the ball raced away to the fence.
It's a treat to watch a left-hander piercing the field on the offside. Always a wonderful sight. Hamdan is off the mark.
Oh, down the leg side this time, and a hint of movement as well, but that movement was coming in to the left-hander. Going further down, so there will be a wide.
Tried a variation this time. The other balls bowled were all going away from the left-hander, and this time he wanted a ball to come back in. However, got the line wrong, and the ball went down the leg side. Another wide, and sloppy work behind the stumps by the wicketkeeper gives away another single. So this will be 2 wides now. Extra bonus runs coming in the first over. Only 4 balls have been 4 legitimate balls so far, and 8 runs have been given away.
There's a couple of wides, a leg by. That one comes back in. Defended towards mid-on.
I think that's what's needed. Patience in the first few overs, not to do anything rash. And once the movement dies down, then capitalize and play a longer innings. This will be another wide down the leg side once again. Not able to control the swing. Erring in line constantly. Zahid.
Yes, very important to be able to control the movement with the new wide ball. Does a lot. That's much better. He started well outside the off stump. The ball shaped in, inside edge towards the fielder. It's shot fine. Dot ball to finish the over. 1 over bowled, it's 9 without loss.
Five extras in this first over, 9 runs without loss. Only 4 runs coming from the bat, and that was a beautiful boundary by Hamdan, which the ball was hit through the covers. Pacific Global. 6 changes, as Nishant said, in the team today. They're definitely looking to win this game.
Yes, both teams. Otherwise, the chances of going into the cup quarters will reduce, and they'll have to be settled for the plate semis. Ataullah will share the new ball. He's bowling with a slip as well. A nice gentle release there outside the off stump. Hamdan doing well to get the line covered and push it back to the bowler.
A tall bowler, Ataullah, can make use of his height, extract some bounce from the wicket, and maybe get some early roads in. Both openers have been watchful so far.
Down the leg side this time, clipped away. But there is protection in the deep. Jiju yet to get off the mark. He's faced 4 balls. And let's see what field does Ataullah have for Jiju.
I think it'll be the same. Fine leg and third man outside. There's definitely a third man outside, but there's no fine leg. There's a square leg instead. Do you reckon he's going to try a bouncer?
Well, that's what has worked very well for all quick bowlers early in the day. That's a good leave outside the off stump.
A bouncer with a new ball can be a surprise for the batsmen many a times, because they are not looking at a short pitch delivery. They are always anticipating a ball pitched up, and they think that the bowler is going to try to get some swing instead of pitching it short. A gentle outswing there, opening the face of the bat. The ball goes towards the deep point region. A good chase. Couldn't stop. A couple of runs there. Jiju off the mark finally. 12 for no loss. Second over in progress. Very important for both teams to give in their 100% and try and win this game and keep their hopes alive.
Little hint of shape away from the right-hander there for Ataullah. He's just settling into the rhythm right now. Will definitely want to try out a few options. Jiju batting on 2 of 7, beg your pardon. And trying for the magic delivery that has been picked away brilliantly. And what timing on that shot from Jiju. All the way for 6. What a shot, Vivek.
Brilliant shot. Excellently timed. There was a fielder at deep square leg, but he didn't care. He just timed it to perfection, and the ball going sailing over the head of the deep square leg fielder and settling into the stands. A brilliant, brilliant shot to end the over. 18 runs now without any wicket. Zohid to continue his spell. Nice shape once again. Coming into the left-hander.
So Hamdan batting on 5 of 5 right now. Eight of 8 for Jiju. That's 6 helping his strike rate. Oh, that was a good delivery. Hamdan shuffling across, did well to get bat on ball there. Little surprised Asif Mumtaz hasn't bowled up front. He did that in the previous game.
Yes, trying something different this time. I'm still thinking about that shot by Jiju. What a shot it was. What timing. Pristine. Outside the leg stump and a wide called. There was an appeal by the wicketkeeper, maybe trying to fox the umpires to not give a wide. Inconsistent line continues by Zahid. Hasn't been able to control his line and hasn't been able to control the wides.
Very well bowled. Back of a length there. Angled away. Hamdan half-hearted poke at it outside the off stump. Don't think he was committed to the shot. Five of 7 for Hamdan.
Jiju walking down the wicket and talking to Hamdan and giving him some encouragement. It was a dangerous poke, Nishan, because there's a slip in place. Lucky he didn't get any bat on the ball. This is in the air, but will fall short of third man. One bounce.
Not too many chances taken by the Pacific opening batters here. And of course the extras have also helped. That 1-6 that was hit and a boundary from Hamdan to get off the mark. Apart from that, they've just tried to be very calm.
Good attempt at point, but could not save the single. The ball ricochets and goes towards third man. Jiju gets another single. Jiju is starting to look dangerous. Seems to be very, very solid on his pads, on his onside.
Nicely pushed back to the bowler. Dot ball, and that will be the end of the over. Much better over from Zahid. There's 3 overs bowled, 21 without loss.
Ataullah will continue. Jiju on strike. attempting to play, to force it through the offside this time. Couldn't quite get it in the middle of the bat. Looks like Jiju's trying to force some pace here.
Yes, and Ataula in particular hasn't really given the batsman any pace to work with. If you look at the way he's coming in and bowling, he's not really hitting the deck very hard. He's not putting in too much effort. He's just gently releasing the ball. That's Apesh. And there is a third man in place. A little bit of a fumble, but no damage done. There will just be a single there. When a bowler doesn't give you pace to work with, then you start thinking about different things.
Especially on a surface where the ball holds a little bit, doesn't really come to the bat that fast. Juju wanted to play this over the covers and into the boundary, but could not really time it that well. The ball went on to third man. Ataullah, if he continues to bowl the outswingers that he's bowling, his ball will be coming in to the left-hander.
Just forcing the batsman to play on the offside. Not the first time that Hamdan has been beaten outside the offside there.
Not playing close to his body. He's trying to make room, playing away from his body. Maybe better off to get closer to the ball, get on top of the ball, and then play it through the covers or straight back. Both mid-on and mid-off are in the circle.
Oh, that one came back in. So Ataullah has strategized this. He's wanting Hamdan to play him through the line on the offside. And then he can produce that in-swinger. He's looking for that gap between bat and pad. When Hamdan tries to drive through the offside. Pretty much like a left-arm seamer bowling to a right-hander, angling the ball away and then trying to bring one back in so that he gets it through the gates.
That's a quick single. Gets off the strike. And yes, trying to get one back between the bat and pad, seeing that Hamdan is playing away from his body, not really getting on the top of the ball and driving.
That'll bring Jiju on strike. He's batting on 10 of 11. Nicely bowled on the shorter side there, ducking underneath it. That will be a dot ball, and that will be the end of the over. 4 bowled, it's 23 without loss. Fresh over from Zahid here. He's into his third. Looking to cut that one under edge. Oh!
Oh, this could be dangerous.
Hamdan almost committing suicide there. He was running for that single, which I don't think was there because the ball probably had just fallen right in front of the batter and he couldn't believe it. Hamdan couldn't believe it that Jiju was running for it.
Jeju looks like he wants to get on a strike. He gets at least to Zahid, and he wants probably to make a big over. Surprised there by this short ball. Somehow manages to put it towards the square leg area and run for a single. A good surprise, a short ball. Catching him off guard. So finally Jiju gets on strike, something that he wanted to do in the last ball.
Wonder why was he so desperate? Because Hamdan was not even looking at him. That's the uppercut. He has got it wide of the fielder at square third man and he won't be able to cut it off. First 4 for Jiju. He had hit a 6 earlier. The first boundary for him here.
That's why he was desperate to get on the strike, because he wanted to somehow play that shot over the covers. A deliberate uppercut. Playing over the point fielder. No chance for the third man to cut it.
That's nicely driven straight to the fielder. So Jiju batting on 14 of 14. Hamdan has faced a same number of deliveries, 14 of them. Scored 8. It will be down the leg side. It will be another wide. This has been the problem with Zahid in particular. Too many wides.
Yes, he's been drifting down the leg side far too often, giving away extra runs. Six extras so far. Played on to the pads, inner edge, onto the pads. Did well to call early and refused the run to Hamdan. At least now, at least in this game, so far we haven't seen early wickets.
So far so good, yes. That's a lovely drive. Beautiful shot from Jiju. And that runs away to the fence for 4. Excellent finish to the over. And Jiju seems to have started finding his feet. Gorgeous looking shot there through the offside. Into the gap. And that's the end of the 5th over. It's 33 without loss.
A brilliant display of batting continues from Jiju. 1 6 and 2 beautiful boundaries. Has been batting really well. Hamdan on the other end has looked a little off color. Has been beaten outside the off stump on many occasions, trying to play away from the body and not coming behind the ball fully. However, both of them are still there. 33 runs without any loss. They will take it any day.
This is by far the best start we've seen so far in this tournament. Short ball pulled away. Straight to the fielder. At least the last 5 days that I've been around. So Jiju will be facing Ataullah now. Ataullah was bowling with a strategy to the left-hander Hamdan, trying to set him up. Let's see what strategy does he employ against the right-hander. Asif having a chat with him. Probably a change in field is what he's asking for. Yes. There's a fielder going towards short fine. Okay then. Setting up for the bouncer, is it?
Let's wait and see.
And what will you call that? He moved that fielder to short fine and he has produced an edge which has gone right in the direction where that fielder would have been.
Really, really ironic. He must be thinking, why did I move this fielder away?
Well, cricket can be a funny old game. And Ataullah couldn't believe it when he saw that ball flying in that direction. And this one came back in slightly. Nicely played there by Jiju. So Jiju has got a good start now.
A solid start. 22 runs off just 17 balls. INTERGLOBE won the toss and they chose to bowl. They put in Pacific Global into bat. Has been a good start so far by the Pacific batsmen.
Slightly inconsistent with the line on that occasion, trying to bring the short fine fielder into play. Down the leg side, wide.
They're trying to find ways to keep Jiju quiet and possibly pick up a wicket.
Struck well and cannot be stopped inside the circle. That will be some extra runs.
Surprising that they did not run fast. If they had taken the first 2 runs quickly, they might even have gotten 3 runs here, but will settle for 2. Early in the innings, legs are fresh. I think they should make it count. Take the first run fast, take the second run also fast if there is an opportunity for a third.
Short ball pulled straight to the fielder there. Will just be another single.
He did well to keep the ball down and not play it in the air. There is a short fine leg and a deep square leg. End of the over, 6 overs gone, 42 without loss. Pacific.
So first change in the bowling. Asif Mumtaz is into the attack now. Bowled brilliantly in that previous game, picked up wickets. And this time, Hamdan goes for a single. Jiju says no.
Gives me a feeling that both these batsmen do not open together very often. Lack of understanding. This one is played very well off the back foot. Towards long on, will get a single. Some spin there for Mumtaz straight away.
Yes, he turned the ball under lights as well in that previous game. He's having a little bit of fun with Jiju there. Quite an experienced man, well respected in the UAE cricketing circuit. He starts off with a delivery that doesn't turn to the left-hander.
He must be looking at taking Hamdan's wicket at least, making it difficult for the left-hander.
And he has picked up the wicket, but that of Jiju. It was tossed up and turning in. Jiju looking to drive it down the ground. But with the turn of the inside half of the bat, he hit it straight to short mid. So simple catch. And the first wicket falls at a very, very important moment because this partnership was looking dangerous. Jiju is the man who is dismissed for 26 of 23 balls, and Pacific Group are 44 for 1.
INTERGLOBE has drawn the first blood. The dangerous Jiju is back, giving away a simple catch to the fielder at short mid-wicket. This brings in Abhay Jotin, a right-hand batter, onto the crease. Brilliant bowling by Mumtaz has taken away first wicket in his first over.
And down the leg side this time. That might just run away. Chase for the fielder. He'll cut it off. Abhay is off the mark. Abhay Jotin.
Here he had to cover a lot of ground to cut this ball off. Ran a good 30 to 40 meters. Good work in the outfield.
Punched off the back foot there. Dot ball. And that will be the end of the over. 7 overs bowled. 46 for the loss of 1 wicket. Hamdan will be on strike. Change in the bowling as Harry comes on to bowl. Spin from both ends. And change in the comp box as well as being joined in by Asim. Well, once again, Asif Mumtaz showing why he is so much respected in the UAE cricketing circuit.
Well, definitely a value add to any team. A leader from the front, and then that's an example there as to why he is trusted by most of the teams to lead the side, because he likes to take challenges, brings himself on, set examples on the field. That this is how you're going to be doing it, boys. I have just 10, the balance 40. You guys have to do the same thing.
And Harry, I saw him bowling on the sidelines just before the match started. He's really getting the ball to rip a lot.
Well, one of my favorites, to be honest. This is the only team that he represented the moment he arrived in UAE. IGM, he started off with his entire professional career here in UAE with IGM. Up in the air, minor chance on a bounce to Waqas Ali. Now, he is that bowler. He does not fear even if he is bowling to a left-handed batsman. That is the sort of attitude that we require in the modern day cricket, where you have this match wherein people are actually getting away from that. You can't bowl, left-arm spinner can't bowl to a left-handed batsman. He completely negates that ideology.
And that's what is the good thing about Asif Mumtaz as well. Very conventional off spinner. Doesn't think about coming round the wicket to the right-hander straight away. Back your strengths, always the key. Looking to clip it away there. That definitely is off the pads. Sandy giving it the chase. And they will pick up only 2.
A relatively quicker outfield today, if you notice, Nishant. Not that heavy. I don't think there has been any, chip off the grass, or probably any trimming that has done here by the groundsman. Looks pretty much the same, but somehow a bit too quick compared to the previous night.
All the 5 days I've been here so far, yesterday was the slowest. Short ball, nicely pulled there. Shanu will pick it up. And they will pick up 2.
Abhay Jotin. Now, he is a very busy cricketer as well. Comes back from the state of Kerala, though. We'll talk about it more in a bit. 8 overs gone, 51 for one Pacific Group. Asif Mumtaz. Tossing up in the air.
As when he walks back to his bowling mark, it looks like as if he's a man on a purpose.
Well, if you're a batter, he'll always gonna trouble you and annoy you as well, because for a second you'll feel that he's just going back onto his run-up, and suddenly he'll turn and he'll start off with his bowling action. That's where, at times, he catches the batsman off guard.
And look at that turn for him. And he enjoys a little bit of a friendly banter as well, it seems.
Not so friendly. Watch him for a few games. Not so friendly, my friend, on the ground. Yes, once he's off the field, very friendly, a very jolly character. Would definitely want to spend time, chit-chatting with him. But especially when he's on ground, he'll be a different personality.
Oh, seen a bit of that when Asif Lala dropped a few catches in that last game. He was at him. Flattish this time. That has been punched down the ground. Single taken.
Well, he'll be the best of the friends outside, but he'll treat you as the worst of the enemies if you are there on the ground and making any mistake, probably a drop catch, and just save yourself. Don't look at him in his eye.
Lot of turn again, and this time Hamdan wanted a single up, he didn't. End of the over, 9 bowled, 54 for 1.
Beautifully bowled. That's the sort of length that you should be bowling at. And that entices the batsman that, well, you being a left-arm spinner bowling at me, raising questions at my ability to grow across the line, well, let me hammer you one. That's where Harry strikes.
Very good line. Excellent line. Just get a feeling that Hamdan at this point in time is just trying to size him up a little bit. Let's see how he goes about it. Sometimes it becomes a battle of patience. Shot, cut away. He didn't quite time it well. And that's why it won't reach the fence. So a couple of runs. Harry just missing the line on that occasion. Pushing it a little too wide outside off stump.
Well, putting in that chase there, Sandeep Singh Sandy. Usually keeps himself busy behind the stumps, a wicket keeper. But Yasir Kaleem always has that upper hand here in IGM to be the man behind the gloves. This is good bowling here. Excellent field setup, I would say, and I won't be surprised, with the kind of logic and with the kind of strategies that Asif Mumtaz comes in play. Usually, I find it very rare that I can actually, cross-question that.
Well, sometimes some calls of a lot of captains defy logic. But as long as they keep working for the said person, you can hardly question anything.
Well, definitely, and always keeps himself busy in analyzing what needs to be done in the next over, what after that, What if the batsman gets out? He has answers to all those. So the plan keeps on having that switch in his mind every time.
That was the delivery. That was the delivery which was bold to entice Hamdan there. Hamdan doing well to keep it down. 10 bowled, 57 for 1.
Asif Mumtaz continues and the singles continue here. So a very strange looking start here coming in that we did not observe in the previous matches. Look at the number of wickets that have fallen. Just one. 58 for 1. Usually we see 3 or 4 by this time.
And not these many runs. Somewhere around 40 for 3 has been the average score in 10 overs.
Definitely. And, well, quite a strange move here coming in from Asif Mumtaz. Brought himself on and he's into his third over already. We are talking about 11th over of the match. But with Parag's arrival, here is a chance, but a wayward throw. Asif Mumtaz is furious with that throw from Harry Barwal. Was a certain chance there.
I think Asif is not happy because Harry was in two minds. He neither threw it to Asif, nor did he have a shy at the stumps. Asif wanted a more powerful throw straight at him. And Harry just got confused, I think.
Beautifully bowled. Tossing up in the air, not offering pace, and the length, immaculate.
Yes, this is like watching an off-spin of the 90s bowl, really. In the classical mold. Down the leg side this time. That was pushed through quicker.
Well, there's one strange move here coming in. Hazrat Luqman not playing this game. Very surprising. He was bowling very well. And got into the shot way too early there, Abhay Jotin. But the ball never came in. Look at that.
His eyes probably lit up once he saw that it was bowled short. 11 overs bowled, it's 58 for 1. That's been the power play. Couple of lovely shots. Lovely drives there from Jiju. That outside edge. And then that was the wicket. Harry to bowl a fresh over.
Well, looking at the sides here, Hamdan. Well, that was quicker through the air. Excellent change of pace here coming in from Harry Barwal, keeping it a bit flatter. Well, talking about the rest of the squad of IGM, Ahmed Shafiq is sitting out, 12th man today. Hamid Khan, Hazrat Luqman, Mohammad Taimur Bhatti. Played it late. What a delivery there from Harry. And Tokir Riyasat as well. So the common names are sitting out today for IGM. But there is one man, I would say, Shivam Sharma. I think after his arrival, this middle order is going to be dead strong. Shivam Sharma, he can play even in deep of his sleeves the shots towards extra cover against any spinner.
We'll be looking forward to see him. Not today though. Punched away for a single.
Well, keen on looking at his game. In the previous edition of Bukhatir League, one interesting fact, Shivam Sharma it took 6 games for a bowler to dismiss him. He got out in the finals. All the other matches he was unbeaten.
Fantastic numbers those. And nice tidbits of information there from Asim. That was the flattish one which went through with the arm. Oh, desperate attempt from the fielder inside the circle. Unable to stop that one. Will pick up 2. 12 overs bowled, 62 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Asif Mumtaz continuing. Would you want to see a minor adjustment in the field here, Nishant? Because we've seen a lot of singles coming through from that white carpet area, which is there. Probably get the field a bit straightish.
Well, considering that that's the area where he got his wicket, Mumtaz, I wouldn't mind the fielder actually coming in a little too close as well.
Beautifully tossed up there. Asif Mumtaz knows a thing or two about how to restrict stuff. Yes, in T20 cricket at times he get hit for runs. But what matters here is how smartly does he use him here and ensures that the other resources are used as well in the right fashion. We have Parag Khanapurkar, who's a genuine all-rounder, left-handed bat and a leg spinner. Now it will be interesting to see him as well. Now, if that man keeps going, he can make any game single-handed from by his end.
Leg spinners always interesting. Abhay will be on strike now. Oh, very well bowled. Beats the outside edge there.
These deliveries are so difficult to pick, whether you should go way forward and try to defend it or not. Always confuses the batsman. Variable turn of the surface as well. Shot on the back foot. Punched it. Sandy putting in a chase. We'll have to see if he wins it. Well, he is confused. He's not sure what happened there. Well, umpire will definitely check that again.
Yes, his reaction suggested that that has gone for 4, but I don't think He was aware of where the ball was when he put in the dive. I think he saved it.
Well, he saved it, but from this angle, we are not sure whether the ball, when he landed outside, whether he had a contact with the ball or not. Very difficult to say from here. Usually, we have seen when the technology is not in place, the umpires usually rely with the fielder's call here in UAE. But since there is technology in place, they are happy to refer and make sure what the lenses have captured here.
Yes, that angle might give us a clue. He has not touched the ball at all. He has not touched the ball at all. Excellent save. He saved 2 runs.
And wasn't sure as well if he saved it or not. But nonetheless, 2 important runs saved there for IGM. 66 for 1. 12th. This is the 13th over, a ball to go here. And I think a very decent start here coming in for Pacific Group. I'd say they're right on top of things at the moment.
Very well adjusted there by Abhay. That'll be the end of over number 13. It's 66 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Colonel Zahid, Karnal Express. Not that express anymore. Looks like that elbow injury that he has got, still that niggle in his bowling arm, still bothers him somewhere. But if you go back and look at his pace when he was at the peak of his tape ball cricket, trust me, you can't hide the ball.
He was bowling with a lovely shape in his first spell. He's still hitting the right areas. Just lost control. Few occasions, very wide down the leg side, outside the off stump. But he was getting a lovely shape.
Well, all what I've seen with my experience of, when we played under the same team, he's very, very effective with the old ball.
That is banged in short, and that's okay. So that is a dot ball. Zahid into his 4th. Interesting change in the bowling. Bowled just 3 overs in the first spell. Full delivery. Driven straight to mid-on. Quick single take and good running between the wickets. .67 for 1 right now. Abhay batting on 9 of 17. And Hamdan, 22 of 42, having a bit of a chat now, these two. Probably thinking of fresh strategy. Because they're going on at a very good rate, but the spinners have really pulled things back slightly in terms of the scoring rate. But with wickets in hand, funny things can happen.
Definitely. Well, just losing his line there, Colonel Zahid. Well, you got to be utilizing him in the right way. Very good with the old ball, with those Yorkers, with those scary bouncers, I would say. And then that comes in with when he has that roughness on the ball, where he can grip it properly. Down the leg, and Yasir Kaleem making that save, but not a convincing one though. Batsman will rush for a single. 2 runs added as a free gift. In fact, 3 of them. The previous one was a wide as well.
Yes, and this was the problem in the first spell as well. Bowled a few wides.
Well, this is a worrying signs here for Team IGM if they don't get breakthrough. But mind you, they had a similar sort of start there, Sri Lions, when they were chasing it down against them. But then they made a comeback. Slower delivery. Lot better. Controlled one. Just don't scare the batsman with pace. Well, in leather ball cricket, what the batters need is the pace coming onto the bat. All they need to do is just time the ball.
Asif Mumtaz bowled very well in his second spell against Sri Lions. Picked up wickets in a heap. It was not very effective in the first spell, maybe because he bowled with the new ball. Shortish. No timing on that one.
Well, that brings over number 14 to an end. 70 for 1. Sandy, it was in the air, and for a moment, Abhay Jotin would have got his heart in his mouth. Half measured shot there from Abhay Jotin. To talk more about it, joining me in the comm box is Vivek. Welcome, Vivek.
Thank you, Asim. Mumtaz has been phenomenal in his bowling, bringing in all his experience and really bowling well. It'll be interesting to see how the left-hander plays him.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I was emphasizing more on having that extra fielder on the offside, on the in the cover area, where exactly two balls have, been played there by Hamdan. That will cut down the singles and will ask the batsman to go for a big one. And this is excellent bowling here, keeping it very tight. Asif Mumtaz into his 5th over. Beautiful bowling. So they have a variety of options here. Asif Mumtaz, who is into his 5th over, but they have another off spinner in the form of Shahnawaz Khan, who's also a utility player in This time driven down, just getting a hand onto the ball there. Asif Mumtaz, end of over number 15, 72 for 1.
Proceedings about to start after the drinks break. 72 for 1 is the Pacific group. Loss of 1 wicket. Shah Nawaz will start the proceedings, bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Hamdan. Gives him room outside the off stump. This has been played towards the deep point region. Will take a single. Scoreboard ticking away. 73 now for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, this is good bowling here. I think good change, I would say. Shahnawaz Khan brought into the attack, and another three-dimensional cricketer. He was a part of the Vidarbha squad that won the back-to-back Ranji trophies, rubbing shoulders with the great Wasim Jafar and other popular domestic cricketers there in India. So has that experience of playing big matches. Did not cap any games for them, but just being within that circle itself nourishes you, polishes you pretty nicely.
That's right. Learnings that last a lifetime.
Well, definitely. And here, looking at the field position here, there is a short third. There is a backward point in place. Short extra cover. Played it towards Sandeep. Lets the ball go to Vishnu Sukumaran. Now, talking about Vishnu Sukumaran, congratulations to him and his family. He has been selected for the UAE World Cup squad. He's a standby though, but still that's a bigger achievement. Spent a lot of time here proving himself, and one of the most technically sound left-handers here in UAE.
Well, looking forward to watching his batting. Meanwhile, a tight over so far by Shahnawaz has just given away 2 runs into his last ball now.
Cut away towards the sweeper cover. Vishnu again in action, and just a single to finish off. 3 runs coming off it, 16 gone. Pacific Group 75 for 1. Well, looking at the bowling card here, 4 overs 25, an expensive start for Colonel Zahid and Ataullah. 6.5 an over for Ataullah. Asif Mumtaz putting brakes on the scoring and picking up that important wicket of the captain Jiju Janardhanan. Bowled 5 overs, conceded just 14 runs, miserly economy of 2.8. Harry Barwal has bowled a maiden in his 3-over quota, gave away 10 runs. Shahnawaz has bowled 1, and he has conceded 3. So it's time for some leg break from Parag Khanapurkar. Now, a very, very talented all-rounder from the state of Maharashtra. Leg spinner and a left-hand bat. Starts off with a juicy full toss. Just not getting that control on the very first ball, but and that's a nice welcome there from Hamdan Tahir. Welcome to Sharjah Cricket. Welcome to Bukhatir League.
Yes, that was a gift. A gentle like a loosener. He does have protection though on the onside. Very well stopped. Good effort. That's a top effort. Definitely stopped a single.
Excellent fielding of his own bowling there. Poor delivery. Once again, a full toss. Vishnu putting in that chase, and that'll just be a single. And that's a no ball. No ball of the height. And that's going to be a free hit on offer for Abhay Jotin. Let's look at that. Yes, rightly called. Excellent alertness there by the umpire, Asif Iqbal, standing at the square leg. Not an ideal start here for Parag in this Bukhatir League, his journey. Keeping it a bit flatter on that occasion, a dot ball, not making full use of that free hit. Abhay Jotin, very promising talent there, young lad.
Rocks onto the back foot, plays it towards the extra cover, will not get a single, but this was a very, very fast, went like a rocket. This has been dispatched over the mid-wicket fence for another 6. A very, very expensive over by Parag, having problems with his line and length both. Looking a little rusty.
Well, that definitely invites a lot of frustration here for team IGM.
One more ball to go.
A lot better. Finishes off with a dot. An expensive start here for Parag Khanapurkar. 17 gone, 87 for 1. Shahnawaz Khan, popularly known as Shanu. So he gets the extra cover inside the circle, the sweeper cover inside the circle. 2 men. Just dropping shot of Harry Bharwal. Excellent bowling. Now look at that. That's the sort of confidence that a captain needs from his bowler. Well, let me have that fielder inside. Let him play that up his shot. That's where I'll find an opportunity to pick up a wicket. Beautifully bowled. Excellent bowling here by Shahnawaz.
Flamboyant hairstyle. Long locks of hair.
Sandeep covering up there. 3 dots on the trot here for Shahnawaz. And after winning the toss, electing to bowl first, not the ideal looking start here coming in for IGM.
Yeah, they have wickets in hand. They just IGM, yes, IGM has really done. I think the wides in the beginning, the first few overs when Zahid was bowling, they gave away too many easy runs. This will be another wide. Talking of wides, there have been a lot of extras today.
Well, yes, that was down the leg. He has that tendency of bowling those drifters. Look at that quick one down the leg side. An excellent collect there from Yasir Kaleem. And immediately decides to pull Colonel Zahid behind. Short delivery and punched it towards extra cover. Vishnu Sukumaran got a hand to it. As a result, ball will not trickle away all the way for a boundary. But more importantly, couple of runs here added to the tally.
Bowling to his field, he has 3 fielders there on the offside, and he's been consistently bowling, barring that one ball which went outside the leg stump and was called a wide. Apart from that, he's been bowling consistently outside the off stump. Another one outside the off stump. This time has been played straight. Will not get a boundary though. Will not even come back for 2. Good work there in the outfield. Coming onto the ball very fast.
Well, 18 overs gone. 91 for 1. Pacific Group. Shahnawaz completes his 2. Give away just 7 runs here. And I think right on top of their game here, Pacific Group. It's going to be Parag Khanapurkar who's going to continue here from the Bukhatir end. And I think this is good captaincy coming in here from Asif Mumtaz, knowing the fact that he has gone for 12 runs in his first over. He has still backed him up, stating that 1 over is not enough for you to define the quality of a bowler. He comes with a lot of experience. It happens when you come at bigger stages, when you come to Sharjah Cricket Stadium to play a game as a guest player. There are a lot of responsibility, there are a lot of hopes coming in. At times, you tend to slip away, just get carried away, and that sort of a nervousness, you've got to be backing your players out there. And look at that, excellent delivery. I think turned a bit too much, just slightly missing the leg stump there. We'll have to closely watch that again.
May also have been an inside edge.
Well, it was a close one though, but umpire was dead sure there. Well, it turned a bit too much. Swept nicely, and Harry Bharwal will keep it down to a single at the square leg. What's going to be interesting is how Parag actually bowls at Abhay Jotin, who tonked him out on the mid-wicket region for a 6 in the previous over. But beautiful. That's the kind of delivery that a leg spinner always wants to see. What a ball there. Tossed up in the air, pitched in the middle and leg line. Ideal sort of a delivery to beat the batsman's bat.
He's finding his rhythm now in the second over. Sloppy fielding at mid-on will not cost extra run though. So he's finding his rhythm now. The first over was a little off color, not little, but quite a bit off color. But now I think he's somehow coming back into his elements.
Well, getting that bat there. Yes, rightly pointed out, Vivek. Getting that inside edge. Nicely driven in the gap. Ball's racing away towards extra cover. And there is Asif Mumtaz, puts in a chase. Keeps it down to a couple there. Now, the little man, little master, will have to put his thinking cap on to get a breakthrough here. Cruising away pretty nicely. Partnership worth 51 runs with the help of that couple. Cut away nicely, but sweeper cover in position there. Waqas Ali will keep that down to a single. That brings it over to the end. 19 overs gone, 96 for one, I beg your pardon. Pacific Group cruising pretty nicely. Well, as we were discussing during the break there, Vivek, definitely missing services of Basil Hamid and CP Rizwan here, IGM, especially in the batting department. Because those are the players, even the likes of Vishnu Sukumaran, Basil Hamid, CP Rizwan and Yasir Kaleem. These four make such a strong middle order. It's a tailor-made middle order for a 50-over format. And that's ideally what teams actually want in their side. But nonetheless, arrival of Parag and long run might see Shivam Sharma as well coming through in the squad. That will again balance it out in terms of their batting order.
Yes, players have been called in for the national duty. So a couple of players going and playing for UAE have been selected for the World Cup. and hence not playing in this game.
Poor delivery, very poor delivery coming in from Shahnawaz Khan, drifting it down. Not sure why does he have to bowl those floaters. It's not at all required, and feeding them with those deliveries, where this time Hamdan Tahir pouncing onto the opportunity and playing it towards the backward square for a boundary, brings up 100 for Pacific Group, 100 for one, and this is, I mean, they couldn't have asked for a better start here.
That's right. They have gotten a very, very good start. Another one, again swept. The fielder giving it a chase. Will be able to cut it off. 2 more runs added to Hamdan. Shahnawaz has bowled well in patches. He's bowled well outside the off stump and kept very tight. But then he, once or twice in over, has been drifting on to the leg stump. And Hamdan making full use of those opportunities.
Well, poor delivery there by Shahnawaz. That's better. That's a lot better. That's the sort of line that you need to be bowling at. Meanwhile, end of over number 20, 102 for one. Just as we say, one bad over doesn't define the quality of a bowler. Was trusted, bowled a fantastic second over there, Parag Khanapurkar, and now again continuing. Driven and driven handsomely there, looking for 2. There is Sandeep Singh Sandy covering it up, just keeps it down to a single. 103 for one, Pacific Group.
Looking to capitalize on the start that they have gotten. Just 1 wicket fallen so far. Long off comes up onto mid-off inside the circle. That's the wrong one. Outside the off stump, takes an outside edge. Fielder giving it a chase. Keeps it down to a single.
Good stuff. It could have been 2 there, but batsman deciding that let's keep our legs fresh, not tire them too early. We're doing well. Let's keep it down to singles there. Run rate's not a big issue here for him. 5.1 at the moment, pretty healthy considering the situation they're in at the moment. 104 for one. Abhay Jotin batting on 19 of 28. Very, very rock solid. Nicely defended there. Back to the bowler, showing that sticker. I mean, this has been the key in the previous matches we have seen yesterday as well, in the match between Sri Lions. Sri Lions and Caravan Cricket Club, where Malinda Pushpakumara was tossing up in the air, making life difficult. That has been the key. You have to bowl with that sort of a slowness so that this flat track doesn't, you don't make it as a very evident batting paradise.
Very well said. You need to have a slower pace, toss it up, make it difficult. If the batsman has to hit, they have to use their own power and they have to make things happen and don't give away things automatically to them.
Well, definitely, Vivek, it's not just the power, it's also about your feet movement coming into play. You need to step down, reach the ball, and then utilize a lot of things to be done in order to, generate that power. Meanwhile, swept away, and that brings an over to the end. 21 gone, 106 for one.
Shahnawaz continuing his bowling right arm around the wicket for the right-hander, and this time he wants to play a sweep shot, has taken a top edge. Easy catch for the wicketkeeper. Hamdan has to walk back. So a second wicket falls as soon as we had a change in the com box and Nishant came in.
Well, don't blame me for the wicket, Vivek.
I'm giving you credit.
Ah, IGM would love that. Hamdan Tahir departs for 45 of 74. Caught Kaleem, bowled Shahnawaz, and a good partnership comes to an end. 106 for 2.
Shahnawaz continuing. Oh, teasing him outside the off stump. He's gone upstairs to the third umpire to check for the stumping. Will be interesting to see if the foot was dragged out or was in the air for a bit. Good glove work, good wicket keeping.
Let's try and find out who is going to get advantage for that. The bowling side or the batting side. I don't think his foot has moved, but the question is that foot on the line? If it is, that could be troublesome.
Will be a close call. I think he's inside the crease though. And yes, the game continues. A slip in place.
Shahnawaz was very impressive in the last game as well. Very tidy, very economical with his bowling. Didn't allow runs to be scored at all. And that comes back in. A very good partnership between Hamdan. Oh, beautifully bowled. Hamdan and Abhay Jotin. Abhay Jotin has played under 19 cricket and under 23 cricket for Kerala. His brother Anuj also played a bit of cricket for Kerala. He's currently playing first class cricket in Sri Lanka. I remember doing commentary when Anuj Jotin was playing in the KCA President's Cup. End of the over, 22 bowled, it's 106 for 2.
Parag to continue, bowls well onto the stumps. Defended well by Abhay, plays it defensively back to the bowler. Ansh hasn't been able to get off the mark yet. Goes on to the back foot. Well fielded by Shahnawaz at extra cover. Parag has come back into his elements. Was a little off color in the first over. That's the wrong one. But also a wrong line. Outside the leg stump. Gives away a wide.
Wides have been a problem. Comes down the track this time. Doesn't time it. Single taken. Abhay has his job cut out after that wicket of Hamdan. A left-hander replacing a left-hander. Ansh coming in. Oh, that's well bowled. Appeal here for a stumping again. Umpire not interested. That was a good delivery. Didn't turn at all.
That's right, didn't turn at all. Was outside the off stump. Ansh has been playing and missing outside the off stump. We saw the same thing happening in the last over when the off spinner was bowling. This time he gets the bat to ball. Plays it straight to the fielder. Once again, missed outside the off stump. And of the over, 23 gone, 108 for 2, Pacific Global. Shahnawaz continuing, coming over the wicket this time for the right-hander.
Too far down the leg side. That is nicely swept away by Abhay. That will run away to the backward square leg fence for 4. Welcome boundary this for Pacific. Now they've scored these runs. They've not lost too many wickets, but still you get a feeling that they're not at their fluent best, Pacific.
Yeah, they've been good in patches. One thing that they've done is they have not lost wickets. They have managed to keep the wickets intact. Only 2 wickets have gone. We are almost at the halfway mark. Nicely played down the ground. Gets a single. Shanu, as he's called, Shahnawaz, has been bowling well, given away only 18 runs. He's into his 5th over now.
bowling with a slip in place. Driven straight to the fielder. So there are 4 fielders there on the offside, inside the circle, and a slip fielder. So that's 5 fielders. And then 2 fielders inside the circle on the onside. So they're still bowling with the power play field. Excellent thinking by Asif Mumtazia, very aggressive.
Yes, and that's because Ansh has not been able to get off the mark yet. He's faced 10 deliveries. He's looking a little tentative. Taking his time. End of the over, 24 gone, 113 for 2.
Parag had a poor start to his spell, but has bowled very well after that. That's been nicely driven. Straight to the fielder.
Kept a little low. The batsman did well to keep his eyes on the ball and drive it towards extra cover. The next one has gone towards square leg. Still no run. The runs have suddenly dried up. Ansh has taken too long to get off the mark, and Abhay has just been dealing in a single every 4 or 5 balls.
Good shot. Very nicely struck there. There is a sweeper on the offside. Will just be a single, but that was very well played by Abhay. Parag, will he bring in the googly for the left-hander? Different field for him here. 4 fielders on the offside, 1 on the onside inside the circle. Well tossed up, hit uppishly and just over the top. Was that catchable height, Vivek? I think it was. Probably the fielder there not judging the height of the ball.
Yes, this was a close call. But something had to give in because Ansh had been there for a very long time and not able to open his account. He had to take that chance. Tapped this time with soft hands. Good running between the wickets.
.27 of 40. Full toss. Thumped down the ground by Abhay. He'll pick up a single and retain strike. 25 overs bowled, 118 for the loss of 2 wickets. Appeal for a caught behind here. Not out, says the umpire. Just turning down the leg side there. Looking to just tickle it away. Goes back and punches it towards long on for a single, rotating the strike over here. Run rate here is less than 5 and over at this point in time.
Yes, it was more than 5 and has dropped below 5 now. Last few overs have been very, very tight. Getting him into a little bit of trouble here. Couldn't play that on drive. Cuts this time to the point region, still no run. I have a feeling that Ansh will try to force some pace here. And that's what he did. Went onto the back foot and has cracked it. Found the gap this time. Will get a boundary.
Yes, that was pretty nicely struck there. Cut away. So Ansh managing to break the shackles there. Pushed away, straight to the fielder. Dot ball to finish the over. 26 bowled, 123 for 2. Prague gets a lot of turn there. Abhay is very particular when it comes to his placement for picking up those singles. That is something he's done very effectively, Abhay. And with 8 wickets in hand, I think in a few overs' time, they'll have to start thinking about just pushing through.
That's right. Steps down the wicket and has played it over the extra cover. 2 bounces and into the fence. Great shot. There was no fielder there at the back, so he cleared the circle. A safe shot, a good use of the feet. A welcome boundary by Ansh. He's hit 2 boundaries now. Plays it defensively this time.
That's pushed away. And a misfield will allow the single to be taken.
Started slow, Ansh. Took about 10 deliveries to get off the mark. This is uppish in the air. Just fell short of the fielder at point.
Well, did that not carry? Oh, it did. It did.
It's a dropped catch. A missed opportunity. And can cost them dearly towards the end. Well placed, nicely placed. There was nobody at third man. Opened the face of the bat. Smart thinking, got 2 runs for himself and his team.
Yes, excellent running between the wickets there. 27 overs bowled, 132 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Shahnawaz continues. He's been very, very effective. 23 runs he's given away and taken a wicket.
Lovely shot there over the top this time. And it's not going to be chased by the fielder. That was very, very well placed. Good thinking, excellent thinking there by Jatin.
Yes, brilliant thinking and brilliant placement. There's nobody sweeping the covers. The ball was pitched up, asking to be hit. And Abe obliged. This is more of a floater this time outside the off stump. Did not quite get hold of it.
Clipped away this time, will pick up a single. Another run added to the tally. Shahnawaz again very economical today. Hasn't conceded too many runs. Economy rate pretty good. Just over 4 and over. Did that in the previous game as well.
Yes, and bowling to a packed outside field for the left-hander Ansh. Ansh looking to take a single, but there is no chance. There are 4 fielders there on the offside. End of the over, 28 gone, 137 for 2.
Asif Mumtaz back in the attack, back in the commentary box is Asim. And this spell of Asif Mumtaz is going to be very, very critical in the context of the game, Asim.
Well, definitely, and there seems to be some connection out there. Whenever I'm in the com box, he tends to get the ball in his hand and start rolling a few. And he's back here for a second spell. Just 15 runs. Look at that miserly economy of Asim Mumtaz. 15 runs, and he's into his 6th over. Now, it will be interesting to see how Asim Mumtaz utilizes Harry Barwalia. 4 spinners in the lineup here for IGM. Pulled nicely in the gap, and that's a classical shot here from Ansh Tandon. He knew where he wanted to place that.
He knew where the fielders were and then pierced the gap to perfection. Look at that. Very controlled shot.
That was nicely pulled into the fence for 4. And this time a good recovery from Mumtaz, bowling it just outside the off stump.
Driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. But I'd say an excellent comeback here from Pacific Group. You know, the way they had played the first game versus what they are. They're a different team altogether. With 6 changes coming through, different team altogether.
Yes, I was about to say literally a different team, because more than half the side is different. Eased past the bowler for another single that will end the over. 29 bowled, 143 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Spectators coming in all the way from Zimbabwe as well. Well, not with the sole purpose of watching the game, but yes, if they're here, why not experience the Bukhatir League?
And of course, get a feeling of watching the game at this historic venue.
Now, Harry Barwal is back into the attack. Cut away. And there is Vishnu Sukumaran who's going to do the cover-up job there.
So Harry is into his 4th over now. .37 of 50 for Abhay. Cut. Will be stopped by the fielder at square Thirdman. So another run taken there. 145 for the loss of 2 wickets, the score.
Well, definitely hunting for a wicket here. This partnership is inching closer to that 50-run mark. 39 at the moment, unbeaten. Beautifully bowled and nicely adjusted there by Anstundon. Wants 2 and will get it pretty easily. So they're leaking runs here, and they are scoring at a brisk pace of 5 and over. Slightly under 5 and over, but they won't mind that as long as they're keeping the wickets intact.
Yes, Ansh had not scored runs till about 9-10 balls. He's done very well after that. Comes down the track of the inside half of the bat this time. Just a single.
Well, what's interesting is that they have ensured that they have this left-hand, right-hand combination throughout. That has been the best part about how they've planned this thing here. And I think a lot of credit should be given to the team management and the coaching staff here as well, who putting in that sort of, that suggestions in the mind of the captain, Jiju Janardhan, who himself is an experienced campaigner though.
Nicely cut away this time. But straight to the fielder. So they've touched the 5 runs per over mark with respect to the run rate. Next 20 overs with 8 wickets in hand. They certainly have the platform to double the score.
Definitely there, Nishant. Well, big players usually look at things by focusing on 10 over span and then plan it out. And if you have wickets intact, getting to another 160 in the last 20 overs is still gettable. What we are talking about is 300, 310. Meanwhile, end of over number 30, Pacific Group are 149 for 2. Well, Nishant, would you want to have a fast bowler here an over or two? Spinners have tried their luck, but not able to get wickets here, though. Would you want to try a fast bowler here? Probably an over or two. Try to unsettle the batsman a bit.
Maybe yes, but that didn't work out well for Sri Lions yesterday.
Well, they played a different team altogether. They were bowling at 2 different batters altogether. They were waiting for that fast bowler spell to come through, wherein they can settle themselves. Spinners had already unsettled them. They were not trying at all. But here it's a different case altogether. Just dropping short of Asif Mumtaz. That was certainly half a chance there. Look at that. This angle will definitely help us to understand where exactly. Look at that. Just dropping short. Getting onto that shot a bit too early.
Swept. And he's beaten the fielders inside the circle. Nobody in the deep. That'll be a boundary. That was hit very firmly by Abhay. The intention there was to get a boundary. Placement spot on. $150 comes up for Pacific here. Interglobe Marine in 2 games been tested.
Immediately a change here. Asif Mumtaz realizing that he wants to put in a change. He got that change but realized that he just has 4 fielders inside. And that's what presence of mind, presence of the game. He's taken a fine leg, a long leg behind. And there's a square leg inside the circle.
Punched off the back foot but straight to the fielder. End of Mumtaz's 7th over. 31 bowled, 153 for 2. Harry into his fifth. Giving it a lot of air there. Ansh coming down the track and driving it. The fielder inside the circle will be disappointed he didn't stop that. But just a single there. Abhay batting on 43. We've already seen a batter getting out in the 40s. Hamdan. Abhay would want to kick on.
Well, should have gone ahead for that 50 there, Hamdan. Beautiful delivery there. The right amount of pace, the right length, the right amount of revs coming onto the ball. And that's a typical left arm spinner's delivery.
And this is one unique aspect of Harry's bowling I've noticed, that generally when left arm spinners try to bowl a quicker one. Oh, they're coming back for two. Very good running between the wickets and a little bit of a sloppy effort there by the fielder.
Well, if he wouldn't have gotten hand to it, I think Waqas Ali would have covered it up pretty nicely. It would have been just a single. That half measure attempt coming in from Sandy. Not the quickest of all. (32nd over in progress. Pacific Group, 156 for 2.
That's a good strike. Straight down the ground. One bounce into the fence for 4. The umpire will confirm. That was struck very well. Yes. Dropping inside the ropes.
Well, calculated risk, that's what you call them. It was pitched up. There was no fielder there in the deep, and he took that risk of playing it straight and paying dividend there. Abhay batting on 49. New face in the circuit.
Can't get the single on that occasion. That went very quickly to the point fielder.
Well, we saw Furqan Khalil getting out on 49 last night. Abhay, 49 of 62, deserves a half century here. And will get it comfortably. Top knock coming in from this young lad. He's a twin brother of Anuj Jotin, who is playing first-class cricket in Sri Lanka at the moment. And here he is, playing UAE's first-class cricket. Top knock there by this young lad. Definitely his elder brother, Akshay Jotin, will be proud of this knock.
32 bowled, 161 for 2. Asif to Abhay, that has been played with a bit of wrist towards mid-wicket. Ansh will come on strike.
Well, the key of this particular partnership has been the way they have held on to the wickets. They've not played those rash shots, ensured that they're getting those singles and doubles in timely fashion. 162 for 2 at the moment, PCG. Beautifully bowled and nicely worked around in the gap for a single. And it's going to be Vishnu Sukumaran. Well, I won't be surprised if Asif Mumtaz trusts this man from Kerala, Vishnu Sukumaran, lets him roll over a couple of overs, and he has a knack of picking up wickets. He's an off spinner, but he can be a value add as a part-time off-spinner. Just the kind of effectiveness what Suresh Raina used to provide MS Dhoni back then during the CSK days. Up in the air, a chance for the fielder, and he puts it down.
Well, where is Asif Mumtaz? I want to see his reaction. That should have been taken. I just get a feeling that he took it a little casually.
Well, a very safe fielder. 8 out of 10 times. But not to be lucky enough there, Abhay Jotin. This is good bowling. Quicker through the air and almost foxed Ansh Tandon.
Yes, survived. Got a bit of bat and survived there. Otherwise, that would have gone straight through. Even with the inside edge, he was in trouble, but got lucky. And this time he knew he was getting early into the shot, so waited for it. And it will be a single. 33 overs bowled, 165 for 2.
Harry Barwal continuing here from the Sharjah Academy end. Quick single. This is good stuff here from these young lads. And this year's Bukhatir league has been a hallmark here for all these youngsters when they've come in, scored runs and scored consistently. They've shown how you have to bat in longer format cricket.
Yes, Punya, Haider, Amar, and Abhay getting runs as well, joining that list. Playing a miss, dot ball. Yes, I was trying to make a point in Harry's previous over that one thing that I've noticed, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when he bowls his quicker one, even that turns. And that is not something that you usually see from bowlers. When they try to bowl a quicker one, it doesn't turn much, goes straight through, but he can turn the quicker one as well.
Well, definitely. A couple of them usually has that sort of a turn, and that comes through if you have that ball pitching on the seam and moving away. Harry not got success yet, but has been pretty impressive with his length and the pace that he's bowling at. Worked around the corner for a single. Colonel Zahid keeps it down to a single. Now, bowling first has its own side effects. Downsides, I'd say, is that you have those tired legs. Who's going to come out and bat?
Yes, we'll have to deal with that. Very well bowled, right up there. Not much Abhay can do about it. Just dab it towards long on for a single.
If they just stick around this way and bat around till 40 overs, I think they are up for that 280 run mark easily. What are we talking about? 111 odd runs in 16 overs? I mean, easily gettable if you have wickets in hand.
And they have 8 of them. The sweep shot not coming off well. Quick single taken. End of the over. 34 bowled. 170 for the loss of 2 wickets. Leg bye is signaled by the umpire.
Well, if that was a leg bye, why wasn't that out? Make me understand, Nishant.
Well, because there was no appeal.
Very, very good answer there, Nishant. Nonetheless, over number 34 comes to an end. 170 for 2. Good delivery there and just dabbed around for a single towards the short third. Well, they look tired here. Their shoulders have dropped for some reason. They're not defending a total here. You have to be live wire on the field.
Yeah, I understand if they're really going after the bowling, the run rate is about 8, 9 and over, your shoulders drop. That's understandable. Nicely swept this time, straight to the fielder.
If you closely observe, that sweep was not the orthodox sweep played towards the square leg. It was more towards the mid-wicket area. And what you can make out of that, it was swept outside the off stump, from outside the off stump, and was swept a bit too early. Played it straight. This is a good-looking shot. 1 bounce and 4 runs for Ansh Tandon.
Yes, hello, brother. That was nicely struck indeed. Getting right underneath it and hitting it over the bowler's head. Ansh getting a boundary there.
Since the last couple of seasons, Ansh looks a different Ansh. And that's good running. Excellent running. Asif Mumtaz showing disappointment, and why not? As a bowler, as a captain himself, I mean, if you leak away runs with those shots, I think that's really unfair. And I think fielders need to adjust to themselves here. They can't be coming in from the circle and stopping these tap and run singles. You have to come a bit closer.
I'll give credit to Ansh there. He was hesitant for a split second, but he trusted his partner's call. Didn't even look at the ball, just continued running.
And that's something you have to back your abilities as well, that you're going to make it. You're going to have that sprint that you can reach easily. Ball to go in the 35th. Post this, we'll be heading towards that part wherein batsmen usually try to switch gears, especially when they are set. Excellent delivery there. Asif Mumtaz done with his 9, 36 runs conceded. Pacific Group 178 for 2. Nicely played onto the back foot, and that will be a boundary here. Harry Barwal starts off with a boundary, an excellent looking shot. Look at that. Going onto the back foot, reading the length early and playing it with a lot of power there. Backward of point, and that's going to be 4 more runs added to the tally here. So he's just trying to up the scoring here. Abhay, he moves on to 60 of 52. 182 for 2. And joining me in the comm box to talk more about it is Vivek.
Thank you, Asim. When Harry met a boundary in the first ball of his over, reminds me of that movie. Second ball tossed up, getting a bit of a spin there off the wicket. Abhay really looking good. Brilliant innings so far on 60 of 73 balls. Ably supported by Ansh. Punched off the back foot, the sweeper will come into play. Will have to settle for with just a single.
Well, Vivek, tell us something about your predictions. Another 14 overs to go after this, 14 and a half to be precise. What total are you looking at?
I'm looking at something between 260 to 275.
So we're talking about going at the same rate, or probably tad up, maybe 6 and over from here on.
Yes. Using his feet and plays it for a single, doesn't really quite get hold of it. I think he overstepped a little bit. The ball was almost yorked himself. Pacific Group should definitely look at a total of more than 275. That's what will be worth this effort. Nicely flight ball. Good flight. A little bit of yes, no situation, but sanity prevails in the end. No run taken.
Well, they definitely are searching for a wicket here. Team IGM on the back foot at the moment. Beautifully bowled. And equally well played there by Abhay Jordan.
That brings us to the end of the over. 36 overs gone. Pacific Group 185 for 2. Spin continues from both ends. Tossed up this time, played it with the spin. Sloppy fielding at square leg. Should have been stopped.
Well, you can expect a separate one-on-one session with Asif Mumtaz during the break, or maybe after the match as well, for that sort of an effort. And the best of the days, and he's into his final over. Pulled in the air. Waqas Ali giving in that chase, and they will manage to complete 2 there. Short delivery by Asif Mumtaz, and very calculated risk taken there by Abhay Jordan.
Yes, a slow turner, and that's what happens if you ball a tad short. Gives that much extra time to the batsman to rock back on the back foot. Well played, well played. This was quicker through the air and pitched slightly up.
Asif Mumtaz would definitely want a wicket in these final 3. Up in the air, chance. Just dropped short of Vishnu. Well, fortune favors the brave, as they say. Luckily, he mistimed it. Had he timed that well, I think it would have straight been in the pocket of Vishnu Sukumaran. He had that chance, but that was let down. Off the back foot and straight to Shahnawaz. Now there is an opportunity, one final delivery in this spell here. A decent one, picked up that important wicket of Jiju. Playing it with soft hands, wanting that single there, and sent back by Abhay Jordan. End of over number 37, Pacific Group 190 for 2.
A good looking batting card there. All the 4 batsmen reaching the double figure mark. Abhay batting really, really well at 67 of 80 deliveries. And Ansh on 35 has supported him well as well.
And Parag, who has been tad expensive tonight, went for 37 and 6, has been brought back. Taking it off full, and there is a chase here for Shahnawaz, but they'll scamper through for 2. Easy 2 there. Fresh legs, quick legs there. Abhay and Ansh Tandon. Ansh had this record of being the fittest player in the UAE camp. Had scored the highest in the yo-yo test.
All right, no wonder he runs really, really fast. Slow, turned, easily played off the back foot for a single. Change of ends for Parag. He's now bowling from a different end. Maybe looking for a change in fortunes with the change of end.
Well, bowling at a shorter boundary now, especially for a right-hander, but ideal for the left-handed here, coming in from the Sharjah Academy end. Will be interesting to see is how Ansh makes use of his foot against Parag. Appeal! And we'll have to wait for the signal of the umpire here. Looks like there was bat involved. Yes, for sure. Excellent decision there coming through from Asif Iqbal. Does not go with the pressure that was being imposed there by the bowler. Good decision.
Umpiring has been spot on in the 47th Bukhatir League this year. Good use of the feet once again, looking for a single but will not get it. The fielder is very, very quick on the offside.
Definitely. I mean, talking more about the umpiring standards, you know, they have been spot on. Yes, a few decisions here and there, but overall, the standard of the umpiring has been tremendous throughout the 47th Bukhatir League. Comes in with the mentorship of Iftikhar Ali, retired ICC umpire, and representing UAE still under the for the ICC events. Look at that quick single coming through, shy at the stumps, and that will lead to another extra in the form of an overthrow. Asif Mumtaz looks a bit frustrated out there and limping a bit as well. Finds himself in pain. Nonetheless, it's 38 overs gone, 196 for 2. Shahnawaz Khan into the attack. He comes in from the Bukhatir end. Nicely played, but straight to the fielder. Asif Mumtaz looks in pain. Had that niggle and slightly limping out there. 196 for 2, Pacific Group. Slow delivery outside the off stump, going on to the back foot there, Ansh Tandon. And that's just going to be a single. Now let's talk about, you know, chasing totals out here. It's not going to be easy, Vivek. I mean, the Pacific Group, they have a good bunch of bowlers, especially the likes of Rizwan KS, left-arm spinner, another left-arm spinner, and experienced campaigner Mujahid Amin. He too is a very tricky bowler to deal with. However, let's not write off the kind of batsman IGM has. Asif Khan, Sandeep back into the side. Beautiful delivery. Look at that. Look at the ball turning there. You have Sandeep Singh, you have Asif Khan. There is Yasir Kaleem, who has been the man to go to for IGM in this entire season. The Vishnu Sukumaran, Parag Khanapurkar. So they have decent batting. Waqas Ali as well, for that matter. So they have decent batting here. So, Apish played in the air. Chance for the fielder. And he puts it down. 2 lifelines for Abhay Jotin. What did he have in lunch today? Definitely played played it upish. And the chance there should have been taken, and they've dropped catches at regular intervals, wherein they should have picked wickets on regular intervals.
That's right. Rocks onto the back foot, plays it towards the point, gets a single. Luck has been favoring Abhay today. Got 2 chances, but he's really played well for his 73. Shahnawaz has bowled pretty well.
Getting that sharp turn there. Now, this is interesting. Now, if Pacific Group, they are actually closely watching this, they would believe that this wicket has a lot to offer. Meanwhile, end of over number 39, and that brings up 200 for Pacific Group. 200 for 2 after 39 overs.
Parag to continue. Flights that ball up. Abhay not able to make the most of that opportunity. Plays it back to the bowler inside half of the bat. This one bowled flatter, goes onto the back foot, cuts the ball. Goes towards backward point. This is placed really well to the left of Shahnawaz, and another sloppy attempt at the boundary. Misfield there at the boundary and could have gone for a 4. Was just able to pull it back. Goes under his legs.
Well, even after missing, even after that misfield, if you closely observe, the kind of body language that was there wasn't the kind of that of a fighter. Full toss delivery, played it towards mid-wicket, did not get the most out of it there. Abhay looks a bit tired out there, Vivek.
Yes, looks a little tired. Just walking for his runs.
This season has been the season for young batters. People coming in, the youngsters coming in, scoring centuries at their will. And that's a brilliant delivery. Quicker fired it in the air, and the left-handed Ansh Tandon departs. Just improvising with his stance. Look at that, shuffling across the line and missing the length completely. Yorking himself, and that was enough to sneak through. Third casualty here for Team Pacific Group, and this partnership has ended. Out for 38 to 51. And making his way back to the pavilion.
Aman walks into bat. Will face the last delivery of the second power play, which is the 40th over.
Aman Arshad has played quality cricket back in Pakistan under the Islamabad Cricket Association. That's what speaks a lot about the experience that he holds as well. But not all who have played quality cricket have been able to come out and deliver here. Under lights in Sharjah Cricket Stadium, it's a big ask. Abhay is one exception. Come out, delivered runs, scored runs here after losing the captain Jiju Janardhanan. Appeal, and that's out, plump, gone. 2-2 for Parag, and what a end here. Is there a twist? Now, this is an interesting call here from Asif Iqbal, but it was definitely hitting the stumps. You'd probably need a hawk eye to actually figure out if it was, if the impact was in the line.
Yes, a close call there. A wrong one, a googly. Aman did not read it well. The ball pitched and came in. Goes for a duck. First ball. And disappointed. 2-0-3 for 4 now.
So Khanapurkar has given a double breakthrough in that over. Back-to-back wickets, and next over when he comes into bowl, he'll be on a hat-trick. What that does is that brings in the left-handed Lakshman Manjrekar. Well, he's trying to live dangerously here. Now Abhay, he's looking more desperate to hit those boundaries and sixes. Now this is not the right time. Now he'll have to get that maturity in him to understand the situation that the team has lost 2 wickets. It is time to stick around, stay and play the other man who's just arrived here.
That's right. It will be not very smart to give away his wicket at this time. Another left-hander comes into bat.
Lakshman Manjrekar from the city of Mumbai. Beautifully tossed up in the air, and he's a very good player of spin bowling. So mind you, you don't err in your length particularly. Otherwise, he'll not hesitate in taking you downtown. At this early stage of his innings, he would at least think a ball or two before going big or attack the bowlers. Nicely bowled and straight to the fielder. It is dot ball. Shahnawaz into his 9th over. Slow, excellent delivery. And there was a single that was stolen there. Good fielding effort coming through in the short extra cover region.
Trying to make room and play him against the spin. Couldn't find the gap. A good effort. balls to go from Shahnawaz in this over. This has been cut off the back foot. Goes on to point. Will not get a single. Pacific Group has done a lot of hard work to reach to this stage where they are scoring close to 5 runs and over. They must make full use of this. Good effort at the boundary has given away 2. They want to come back for 3rd, but decide against it. End of the over, 41 gone, 208 for 4, Pacific Group. Fresh over. Plays it on too long on. Will get an easy single there.
Now it'll be interesting to see how Manjrekar deals with Khanapurkar. Both are from Mumbai. And will be interesting to see how they build a battle within this battle.
He wants a mid-wicket because there was a huge gap on the onside. Only one fielder in the circle on the onside is short mid-wicket. Bowling with a slip, so you can expect a wrong one.
Beautiful delivery. Nicely picked there, Vivek. Excellent predictions there. We had our octopus, Shoaib, who's missing from the commentary, but he has transformed the vibes to you. Another wrong and going away from the left-handed. I won't be surprised if he picks one up and deposits it towards the extra cover.
Yes, and there's no third man. Well played. This was in the gap. Towards sweeper will get a single.
Now, this is a situation wherein, Pacific Group can collapse or they can, get to a very good total from here on.
Yes.
It purely depends on how they deal with these bowlers, these situations. They have to pick those bad deliveries and then try to deposit. Not every delivery to be hit.
That's right. They've done all the hard work to reach at 210 for 4. And all that hard work to capitalize on that in the next 9 overs or so, they need to preserve wickets as well as score runs. Trying to sweep. Doesn't get a hold of it.
Now, that has been the secret here. If you observe, under lights, you try to bowl slower through the air, you're more successful and you're getting the break as well.
Inside half of the bat, wanted to play it towards the long off, but went on towards the long on. Gets a single. End of the over. After 42 overs, Pacific Group is 211 for 4. Shahnawaz will bowl the last over of his spell. Outside the off stump, nicely tapped. There is no third man. That's smart batting by young Habe. He knows there's no third man, just taps it. Gets an easy 2. Moves on to 83 now. Wants a change in the field, wants the square leg fielder to go fine, and wants the short fun leg to come to the square leg next to the umpire, and the deep square leg goes towards fine leg. Change in the com box. Nishant replaces Asim. Welcome, Nishant.
Thank you very much, Vivek. Again, looking to cut. Not timing it, but will manage to pick up a single all through this innings. We have seen that never really have Pacific look to be in firm control of the game, dominating the bowlers. But they've somehow just managed to keep doing the right things and keep that run rate over 5 and over, and looking set for a big total.
They must be eyeing around 280, 275 or 280 plus.
Goes for the big shot here. And holds out. Shanu strikes again. Sandy takes the catch. Didn't time it as well as he would have liked to.
Wanted to hit a 6. Didn't quite get the hold of it. Always difficult for a left-hand batter to play that shot off an off-spinner. Lakshman Manjrekar departs for 4 runs of 8 balls. Caught Sandeep, bowled Shahnawaz. And another left-hander. I think it's a deliberate ploy to send in a left-hander if a left-hander departs. This is the 4th one in a row. Rizwan coming in. Nicely flighted outside the off stump. Plays it with the spin. Gets a single. That brings us to the end of the over. 43 gone, 215 for 5. Parag to come and bowl his last over. Flatter delivery played uppishly. Just a single. Brings Rizwan on strike. Will be interesting to see how Rizwan navigates this over from the leg spinner. Wants to and gets it. Good running.
Yes, this is also another key factor in the slog overs. run well between the wickets.
Do you reckon the fast bowlers will come back now, as we are already into the 44th over?
Yes, and also the spinners are bowling out, just setting it up for the fast bowlers to come in for the final burst here. Looking to force it through the offside, missing it completely. That is a dot ball.
Plays it against the spin towards wide of long on and gets a single. Nicely mixed up by Parag. He bowls the wrong on, he bowls the flatter balls, and he also bowls a good flight. Nicely flighted onto the off stump and did not give any run here. End of his over, 220 now for 5 wickets after 44 overs. As expected, the quick bowlers are back. Ataullah coming in to bowl the 45th over of this innings. Was a bit expensive in the opening spell, gave away 20 runs in his 3 overs. He would definitely want to make amends here.
Yes, he's got the opportunity to make amends. Let's see if he manages to do it. That's chipped away straight to the fielder. And Ataullah starts off his second spell with the all-important wicket of Abhay, who departs for 87, the Australian Devils number.
Yes, we were talking about making amends, and that's what he does in the very first ball of his new spell. Abhay Jotin, a well-made 87 of 106 balls, caught Shahnawaz and bowled Ataullah. Another left-hander walks out, Akif Raja. Ataullah got a wicket in the very first ball of his fresh over. Abhay Jotin, a well-made 87. And now things might become interesting from here.
Too far outside the off stump. That is a wide. Looking to cut there, missing it. Akif. Nicely played there. Opens the face of the blade. And they will run through for a quick single.
Both the batsmen are new on the crease. And this can be an opportunity for IGM to come back in this game and try and restrict Pacific Group to a score under 260. And if that happens, then IGM will back themselves to chase down that score, as they do have a good batting lineup.
Looking to cut this time. No bat involved there. .222 for 6 at this point in time. Abhay got out for 87. Tap and run. Direct hit, and he would have been gone, I think.
Yes, if it was a direct hit, he would definitely had gone and would have to walk back. Lucky. Current run rate now falls below 5, comes down to 4.99.
And again played in that direction, this time wide of the fielder inside the circle. And that will help them pick up a couple. So Taula providing the big breakthrough. It was much needed. Three of two. Slow delivery. Played away towards the fielder. Dot ball, and that will be the end of the over. 45 gone. It's 225 for 6.
Zahid to start the proceedings from the Sharjah Cricket Academy, and Rizwan will face him. They will be looking to up the ante to score runs at a faster pace and try and get beyond the 260 run mark for sure.
Just a little on the shorter side from Zahid. So they'll pick up a single. Even if they get a runner ball from here on, they'll still go past 255. Yesterday, of course, 264 was chased down. But 260 was defended by Future Mattress in the previous game.
Yes, it's even Stevens here, the wicket plays well. Key is partnerships. If you have partnerships, you can chase any total. This one has been played beautifully over the infield. Couple of bounces and gets a boundary. Akif, very well played. This was in the slot to be hit. He played it on the up.
Yes, this is what the batters will have to do from here on. Just play percentage cricket. Even if they do that, they get to 270 minimum here. Because I think with about 28 deliveries remaining, get a couple of boundaries here and there and try and keep picking up the singles, and you will end up 265, 270.
That's right. This one wrapped on the pads, but was definitely going outside, was outside the leg stump. Will get a leg by. Not much of foot movement from Akif so far, but he's hit the ball well. We've seen him playing a couple of cut shots and that one boundary over the infield as well. Swing and a miss. Outside the off stump. Wanted to play it over the covers. Missed the line completely.
Five of 7 is what he's batting on right now. Looks to go for the slap. Underedges it to the wicketkeeper.
Last ball of the over coming up. And he's uprooted the off stump. A brilliant ball outside the off stump, on the off stump, and he missed the line completely there. Slight movement off the wicket, pitched on the leg stump and was going towards the offside. Rizwan wanted to play it over the covers. Could not get hold of it. Missed it completely. Has to walk back. Made 5 runs of 9 balls. Rizwan bowled by Zahid. 7 wickets down now. 231 on the board. And can you believe it? Another left-hander.
Okay.
This is the most number of left-handers I've seen in a batting lineup in a long, long time.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that now I've realized one thing is certain, and that is sending out left-hander at the fall of a left-hander was not really a strategy. It was a compulsion.
Yes, it was a compulsion because that's what they had. They have an army of left-handers here. How many right-handers did we have? Jeju, and then we had Abhay, and that's it. Or maybe one more in the middle. Everybody else is a left-hander so far.
That will be a wide, I think. Yes, too far over the head there.
Starting with a bouncer, which is also a wide. Sometimes I think it's very harsh on the bowlers. Only one ball allowed per over, and that also has to be spot on, because if you go a little high, umpire calls it a wide. Two bouncers, but they have to be spot on. You cannot be way ahead over the head. Oh, this one has missed the batsman, and it has hit the stumps.
A very interesting thing happened there. The ball hit the leg stump and the off bail dropped.
Yes, I'm sure there is a law of physics about this as well. There must be something.
Akif Raja is back in the hut. 7 of 6. Attaula has struck again. And now there is a genuine chance that IGM can restrict Pacific to less than 258 down now. And another left-hander. It's Mujahid Amin who is into the middle now. And he's coming to bat at number 10. So Manshad and Mujahid, the two men in the middle. Attaula has picked up 2 for 26. For IGM, it's all about finishing off now. Under edge, just over the bowler's head. They're running quickly for the single. Good thinking. Now is the time when you should not lose out on an opportunity to pick up any run whatsoever. Try and garner as many as possible.
That's right. At one point, they were looking solid. They were looking as if they will go beyond 260 or even 270. However, now 8 wickets down and the score is just 233. Attaullah is looking a very different bowler in his second spell. That's the second bouncer off the over. Not called a wide. Very well bowled. From the IGM perspective, there are 2 wickets needed to be taken and they should take them quickly, so that they have a lower score to chase.
And also, they'll get their confidence if they manage to restrict them to less than 250, because they're staring at a bigger total and the bowlers manage to pull things back. They go into the break with the momentum on their side, confidence high. Makes a lot of difference, because cricket is as much a game on the field as it is in the mind.
Absolutely. If you go into the break with some momentum behind your back, it makes it easier to come back after the break and carry that momentum on. I think Abhay's wicket made a lot of difference. He was a set batsman playing at 87 and was holding on one end. This has been played in the air, but this will not reach the fielder. Another single. Score now 235 runs, 8 wickets down for Pacific Group.
So Tawla and Zahid, they will finish off, is what I feel. Manshad will be on strike. Well bowled. That'll be a dot ball. 235 for the loss of 8 wickets. 3 more overs to go in this innings.
A good top order performance with the top 4 batters scoring majority of runs. But after that, it's just been single digits. As a result, Pacific Group is now 8 wickets down for 235. Zahid to continue his bowling. Attempts a Yorker here. He will be looking at bowling a few Yorkers, or at least bowling some wicket-taking balls to wrap things up as quickly as possible. From Pacific Group's point of view, they would want to play all the 50 overs so that they can get past 250 at least.
Big swing and a miss. That is a dot ball. That's again something that they won't mind. Every dot ball that they bowl, they'll be pretty okay with that. That's it in the air. But that will just be a single. 3 of 5 is what Mujahid is batting on.
No need to take extra risks. Just play the 50 overs and look at crossing 250.
So another comfortable single there. Yes, the target should be to bat the entire quota here. Two more deliveries to go. Full toss, opens the face of the blade this time, and that runs away to the square third man area for 4 runs. Yes, boundaries like that will only help.
Attempted Yorker gone wrong. Ended up as a low full toss in the slot. Mujahid making full use. 241 for 8 now. Last ball of the over coming up.
Again looking to hammer it through the offside, misses it. End of over number 48, it's 241 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Ataullah coming in.
Top edge over the head of the wicket keeper. Lucky runs those, but valuable runs as well.
They won't mind it. They definitely will not mind it. 4 added to the total. You cannot set a field for these shots.
Again, looking to go for that pull this time. He's looking at the umpire. No, that was, I think, within the permissible limits.
Ataullah is making full use of the 2 bounces allowed in every over. He's banging it in shot. Knowing fully well that it's the tail that is batting. That's been played in the air. There's no fielder. Will run for 2 runs. Good running there. Good running.
As they continue to get those runs. Very important to keep doing that. One shot batting on 8 or 7. Full toss, slapped away. Straight to the fielder in the deep, just a single.
These are valuable runs coming towards the end of the innings. They were 232 for 8. 16 runs have been added by this pair so far.
That's uppish, but again, it's into the gap. They'll pick up a run. So yes, very valuable runs being added by this 9th wicket partnership. 17 runs. Excellent thinking.
.249, so they are almost at the 250 mark. Low full toss, attempted Yorker again. No run this time. End of the over, 49 overs gone, 249 for 8. Zahid will bring in the last over of the innings. Another attempted Yorker. Will have to contend with a single.
That's a lovely shot. Straight back past the bowler. The fielder at long gone will give it the chase.
predictable, I think, because he's trying a Yorker every ball. And then the batsman knows where the ball is likely to be pitched.
That was a shortish delivery there. No problems. He was looking to pull, but a bit of an under edge there. So 250 has come up. 3 more deliveries to go. Only 2 teams have played out 50 overs thus far in this tournament. Out of 14. 14 innings, that is. Can Pacific Group be the third? That's a big shot attempted. Is there anybody? Yes, there is. But has he taken the catch? Yes, he has.
Brilliant catch. It was very, very brilliantly done. Had to run to his right, covered a lot of ground, held on to that. An amazing, amazing catch taken there. 9 wickets down now. Last man walking in. Will they play the 50 overs, or will this be the same story where a team is all out before the quota of overs is finished?
Yes, now there is a chance that it might happen.
Finally, a right-hand batter has come into bat.
That's flicked away. He should look for 2 here. No, he'll be happy with a single. So they will be batting out 50 overs then. Pacific.
Yes, even if a wicket falls in this ball, still it'll be 50 full overs because this is the last ball of the innings. .253 is what they have managed so far. They were looking at a score of 275, 280 at one time, but lost some quick wickets.
Playing a miss, and that is that. That is the end of the innings then. 50 overs bowled. Pacific Group, after having been invited to bat, have scored 253 for the loss of 9 wickets. And this is the batting card. Abhay got 87 of 106, the top scorer. 45 by Hamdan, 38 of 51 by Ansh, and 26 at the top by Jiju. And then a bit of a lower middle order collapse. And some valuable runs added towards the end by the tail, taking them to 253 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Talking about the bowling from IMG's side, Zahid and Ataullah started the proceedings. They got 2 wickets each, but they got both those wickets in the end towards the death overs. Mumtaz bowled very, very well, got a wicket for 41 in his allotted 10 overs. Harry gave away 35 runs in his 7 overs, a tad expensive there. Shahnawaz and Parag bowled in tandem very well during the middle of the innings, got 2 wickets each. So the total score comes on to 253 for 9. 254 is what Interglobe need to make a match of it and to get a victory here.
Yes, that's the required of 5.08 is what Interglobe Marine will need right now. Right then, it's time for us to dive into a break, and we'll come back with the run chase. But before that, let's take a look at the action that happened so far. Some lovely shots up front. Jiju with some beautiful drives. Slightly lucky as well. That was the wicket that fell. There was a soft dismissal there. And then, of course, it was all about left-handers. But Jotin did a pretty good job. Hamdan was getting runs as well. They put together a very good partnership, Hamdan and Jotin. Hamdan fell in his 40s. The top edge went straight up. Jotin carried on as one after another left-handers kept coming alongside him. Jotin's shot selection was absolutely on point. And runs kept coming as he really batted very fluently. Some beautiful shots. He had cut well, and then the other breakthrough came. That's when the leggy got into the act. Leg before in his favor, Aman going out for a first ball duck. Then holding out in the deep. And that was a soft dismissal again to get rid of Jotin. And a double blow provided by Ataullah. Just ensuring that they didn't quite kick on. So that's how things panned out. Once again, just to remind you, 254 is the target in 50 overs. We'll take a break and we'll come back with the run chase.
Welcome back to the start of the second innings. INTERGLOBE chasing 254 runs to win. 253 for 9 is what Pacific Group made. Top four batters getting runs. Jiju, Hamadan, Abhay and Ansh scoring majority of runs, with Abhay being the highest scorer at 87. They managed to get 253 runs in the allotted 50 overs. INTERGLOBE Marine, Zahid Ataullah, Shahnawaz and Parag, all the four bowlers getting 2 wickets apiece, with Mumtaz getting another one. At one point it looked as if INTERGLOBE Marine will be chasing in excess of 270 or 275, but they pulled back things nicely towards the end of the innings and were able to restrict Pacific Global to 253. They have a formidable batting lineup. .254 are needed from 50 overs. As the openers walk in to chase this total, joining me in the com box is Asim. Welcome, Asim.
Thank you, Vivek. And out there are the two batters for INTERGLOBE Marine. You can see on your screens. Asif Lala missed out a spot in the World Cup squad that's traveling to Australia. And the answer to that question is a mystery as to why he's not traveling. Meanwhile, giving him company will be Sandeep Singh Sandy. He's back from his vacation and he will be out there taking the strike. Asif Lala, very popular name in the domestic circuit. Got his UAE cap as well, but expectation out there that he continues to perform in the domestic circuit, which he has been doing. And opening the bowling for Pacific Group will be Akif Raja.
.254 is what they need to make in order to win this game. Both teams fighting hard to win this game. First ball. Kept low outside the off stump and has played it with an open face of the bat. First runs on the board. Asif Lala to face now the first ball of his innings.
.253, formidable total on the board, and that's something which purely depends on how they give a start here to Team IGM. They'll be hungry for a victory here. Both the teams, in fact, lost their first games each, and a go-to game, a must-watch game to those switching on to their screens at the moment. Nicely bowled. Akif Raja, another UAE product, part of the UAE national team as well. He has done his debut as well for UAE. And umpire slightly understanding that Akif Raja is like getting into that danger zone, that area which fast bowlers want to stay away from. Akif Raja, a very quick arm action there.
Yes, stay away from the danger zone and stay away from all dangers if you do that. This one coming in onto the pads has been played very nicely. Beats the mid-on fielder. The fielder gives it a chase. Stops at meters inside the boundary. 2 runs for Lala to open his account.
So it's a contest between 2 number 11s. Not in the batting position though, but the jersey number, Akif Raja, number 11, Asif Lala, number 11. Rhyming names, sharing the same jersey number.
Great observation. 1 plus 1 is 2 and 11 plus 11 is 1111.
That's some next level math. Got to learn today.
Not much of movement as of now for Akif. Or he's bowling well within the stumps.
He's trying to bowl skid off the surface, and as a result, he's not releasing the ball. If you closely observe, he's trying to hit the deck hard, which is cutting down on that possible swing that he could have got. Not that he doesn't swing the ball, he does it pretty nicely, and that's one of the reasons why Jiju has 2 slips in place.
That's right. 2 slips waiting for that outside edge to come into play. First over of the innings. Asif looking quite comfortable. He's playing the ball, middling the ball well, playing it with ease so far.
Well, becomes adds to your confidence when you start middling the ball in the initial over itself. And just didn't have that extra bounce that Asif Lala was anticipating, and gets a knock on the helmet. Hope he's doing fine. An immediate response there from the bowler. Well, I hope you're all right, mate. That's the end of the first over. IGM 3 for no loss. Well, quickly looking at the squad, the UAE squad that was announced yesterday to lead the side: CP Rizwan, the vice captain Vritya Arvind, Chirag Suri, Mohammad Wasim, Basil Hamid, Aryan Lakra, Zawar Farid, Kashif Daud, Kartik Meyyappan, Ahmad Raza, Zahur Khan, Junaid Siddiqui, Sabir Ali, Alishan Sharfu, and Ayan Khan, the 17-year-old Ayan Khan, taken to the World Cup squad. And the reserves: Fawad Nawaz, Vishnu Sukumaran, Aditya Shetty, Sanchit Sharma, and we have Ahmed as well in the reserves.
Meanwhile, the second over starts. The first ball is on the pads. Manshad drifting a little towards the leg side. And a quick single taken.
Well, Vivek, it is good to always have that left-arm seamer option right up, with the new ball. Always, especially when you have the right-hander batting, it always increases the chance of having that breakthrough coming up And historically, we have seen that left-arm pacers have troubled Sandy a lot. And that's one of the reasons why Jiju is trusting Saqib Manshadia there. In fact, Jiju himself likes to bowl the new ball.
Outside the off stump, good job there, well done at the point.
Had that been a direct hit, Sandy would have been back in the pavilion. He was nowhere close to the frame.
Excellent fielding there, very, very, very well done. Good effort, good commitment.
That was Rizwan KS, the left-arm spinner. Now, if you look at the bowling options here, massive options available here for Jiju Janardhanan. So there are two spacers out here, Saqib Manshad and Akif Raja. Jiju can bowl very decent length with that hinter swing away from the right-handers. There is Rizwan KS, the left-arm spinner, Mujahid Amin, the left-arm spinner. There are a couple of more.
Oh, that's played well. It's pierced the field and has gone to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's sure power coming in directly. Raw power from Amritsar. Towards the backward point, and that's going to be boundary. Do not offer width to this man. He is not going to spare you. Be it 50 overs, be it a test match, he is going to throw kitchen sink at it.
Very well timed. Went like a rocket. A lot of bowling options, yes, and a lot of left-handers as well. Even in the batting side, in the batting lineup, the majority of batters were left-handers.
Well, they've kept that balance in place. Now, when they bring in 6 changes, they need to be justifying what those 6 changes are. And it has to make sense. It's just not about making changes, but you have to find sense out of those changes, right? And that lefty-righty combination, which is there, it's always been backed up to disturb the bowling. They were successful in doing that. Forget about the collapse that happened towards the end, but the 40 overs they played they dominated batting.
That's right. This one, playing dangerously, living dangerously here. It has not been called a wide, but must have been very, very close to be called a wide. Sandeep Sandy on 6. Not much of swing from either end so far.
Similar sort of a width, and Sandy lets that ball go. He says, I've got enough of you. 6 from that over, 9 for no loss, IGM.
Started the proceedings, Akif here. The ball has been played towards the long on. A very, very quick single. 10 runs now, moving into double figures.
Well, I think, Vivek, it's going to be crucial here that they don't lose early wickets, IGM. Partnership at the top order is always healthy. It's always ideal to have. This early on partnership will set up that tone for the rest of the side to come out and then spend time and play according to the situation that's there in front of them.
Yes, that's right. Especially if you're chasing a total in excess of 250. That's been hammered over the bowler's head towards the long on boundary for 4 runs.
And you bowl that sort of a length to Sandy, you are going to be punished. That's exactly what happened. Well, he could have played it anywhere, but he decided to play straight down the ground. He could have slapped it over the point. He could have slapped it over covers. Could have played it anywhere. That was a bad delivery. But all what matters is 4 good runs added to the tally here for IGM.
He seems to be in a punishing mood today, Sandy. That's the result of putting pressure on the bowler is that the next ball is down the leg side and it's been called a wide.
Well, down the leg side, and man behind the gloves is Hamdan Tahir. It's been one young chap that has developed his game, has improved, I would say, his game, along with his fitness as well. A very different looking Hamdan Tahir here.
Played gently towards point, wants to take a single but would have been very, very dangerous. The fielder at point is very quick. Lucky it did not hit the stumps.
And looks like it is a no ball as well. Yes, that is a no ball here. Akif needs to have a control on that front foot. And he's already been given that slight warning as well that you're coming into that danger zone, just beware. Else that could be the first official warning that could come through his way. And for a fast bowler, initially when you have that sort of words coming in from the umpire, it slightly pulls you down in terms of your rhythm and you be a bit more cautious, which makes you, try do different things, disturbs your line length as well. That's what has happened with Akif. And that was pulled, not a convincing looking shot, but Will managed to get 2 runs of that free hit. He had all the license to go after that, and Sandy just made sure that he takes maximum out of it. However, just 2 runs added to the tally here. 18 for no loss, IGM after 2.3.
Did not quite get hold of it. Was slightly late, maybe a split second late on that shot and didn't middle it well. There was no fielder in the deep. If he had timed it well, this would have easily gone for a 4 or a 6. And you're right, Asim, if you're stepping into the danger zone in the beginning of the innings of your spell.
And that's a silly dismissal. Checking his shot, just trying to pull his shot away at the last moment, but it took enough bat, and Sandy was disappointed. Gifted his wicket, I would say.
That's right. It wasn't even an edge. It went on from the face of the bat and into the wicketkeeper's hands. I think he was in double mind there, whether to play it or leave it. And in the end, ended up giving an easy catch to the wicketkeeper.
Well, not sure why he had to have those half measures there. He could have slapped that ball. He could have played it anywhere. He could have let that ball go to the keeper. But he decided to play with soft hands and give it to the wicketkeeper. Catching practice there by Sandy. Out for 12 of 10, 18 for 1 IGM. Look at that. Unnecessary. Throwing bat at it. It wasn't needed at all. And look at the excitement on the captain's face. Jiju Janardhanan.
Yes, even Lala was telling him, even he was gesturing to him as if there was no need for that shot.
That wasn't a shot anyway, Vivek. What are you going to get out of that? It's like just fidgeting around with the ball that wants to go to the wicketkeeper.
That's right. And good work behind the stumps. Parag Khanapurkar is on to the crease now, a left-hand batter.
And left-hand bat, Parag. A lot will be expected out of him, known for these big format cricket. And he'll be up against, an Indian domestic batter against Pakistani pacer, a competition that you always want to watch.
And we get plenty of that in this part of the world. Inside edge. Wanted to go for it. Played it away from the body.
Especially when you come new to the crease, you have those stiff back, especially after those tiring overs that you've bowled. You need to make sure that you settled in pretty nicely before driving those balls. Yes, it was meant to be there, meant to be driven, but need to put a value on your wicket. IGM has lost one here. Big breakthrough coming through in the form of Sandy.
That's more like it. Playing it right on the top of the ball. A few words being exchanged, it seems. End of the over. 18 runs now for the loss of 1 wicket.
Left arm quickie, Saqib Munshid. Coming in from Sharjah Academy end. Just not getting the middle of the bat there. Playing a bit too early. So what's important is they build a partnership from here on. Asif Lala, who's also known for, I mean, he's played a lot of first-class matches back in Pakistan for a department called as Wabda. And got tons of runs on his back. Wide outside the off stump, lets that go. Keeping practice here between the bowler and the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and he's been bowling these balls outside the off stump. Playing with danger. None of them has been called a wide yet. I think it's a deliberate ploy to keep bowling way outside the off stump and just not allow the ball to go into the range or the radar of the batsman.
Well, I don't mind pulling that short mid-wicket and getting him in the gully, if that is the line that he wants to bowl. Excellent shot, played it straight down the ground. Ansh putting in that effort to chase it down, and a couple of runs added here to the tally. He's playing it late, playing it straight. 2 good runs, and just as I was about to say, if he keeps on bowling that channel outside the off stump, closer to the wide line, angling it away from the right-hander, I think getting in a gully, a flying gully there, instead of that short midfielder, would actually make more sense, would have add value to that line.
Yes, absolutely. And this has been played beautifully through the extra cover. The ball is racing towards the boundary. The fielder is chasing it, pulls it in just a few meters, maybe half a meter, just before the boundary. 3 more runs added.
Look at that. Stand tall, come onto the line of the ball and playing it towards the covers. Ansh Tandon there, putting in that effort. Yes, a good save. Save one important run there, and it will be Parag Khanapurkar who will be on strike. Yet to get off the mark. IGM 23 for 1 after 3.4.
This is where fitness comes into play. And when you save, even though it's 1 run saved, but it adds a lot to the morale of the team. It picks up the team when the fielding puts in such an effort, when a fielder puts in such an effort.
Nicely played there. Parag, you want to watch a lot of him. Has a good name back in the domestic cricket, the state of Maharashtra. And all what is important here is to understand his game flow. When does he start? We saw Abhay coming into a similar situation and then was playing very positive cricket, rotating strike, getting timely boundaries.
Oh, he's given an easy catch to the mid-wicket. This is a soft dismissal, trying to play it onto the onside, couldn't keep it down, went straight into the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket. Second wicket falls, Parag departs without troubling the scorers. And it is now 23 for 2 IGM.
Big wicket falling here, I would say. Again, if you just look at this score, well, it doesn't define the quality of the batter. But big wicket here falling here for Pacific Group. I'd say, find him lucky for playing that shot. Could have played anywhere. Could have chipped it over the mid-wicket fielder. But decided just to give it to Mujahid Amin as a catch practice. 4 overs gone, 23 for 2.
Kaleem has come into bat, and Asif is the one who's going to be facing the first ball of the fresh over.
Well, just living dangerously here, IGM batters. Almost carried to Rizwan KS, and had that been carried completely, Rizwan is not amongst those who will drop catches. They'll have to be very safe in terms of how they are selecting their shots here.
Yes, Asif played it a little in the air. One bounce to the fielder at point. I think the ball is gripping onto the surface and not really coming onto the bat as Asif would want, or even as Parag would have wanted. And that's why he was able to give that easy catch to the mid-wicket fielder.
Now, a man, Yasir Kaleem, who's known as the king of offside. Trying to fetch that, not his forte there, but immediately a bouncer to start with. Ideally, Akif would have wanted that to be on the body line to Yasir Kaleem, who doesn't like it there, to be honest, especially when he's starting off the innings. The moment he middles a few, I think from there it is, I mean, he gets unstoppable.
Yes, and another unnecessary shot. This is the first ball that he faced. There was no need to try to fiddle with it. Lucky didn't get an edge. Another short ball. I think they're testing him with short deliveries.
And that's a no ball as well of overstepping the line. That will be free hit on offer for Yasir. And I don't think he'll find a better way to get off the mark and get his eyes set. Just throw kitchen sink at it, try to get as many as possible, and set yourself free.
Yes, it's a gift. And Kaleem should make the most of this gift. Another short ball, do you reckon?
Possible. Can have that directed, and with the kind of field that he has, that's the only delivery he's left out with. And look at that. Cut away and on the canopies, on the roof. This is how you get off the mark, and just as I said, anything on the offside, he is the king. That's his zone. He's purchased it. Trademark Yasir Kaleem.
Made room for himself, went outside the leg stump and deposited that ball on the canopies. A huge six to get off the mark, off a free hit. 31 runs now, 2 wickets gone. The only thing they would wish is that they did not have 2 wickets down, and if they had this score without the 2 wickets down, they would have been really happy about it. A little bit of rebuilding needs to be done now. They're chasing a score of 254 to win this game.
Had there been a prize or a value of money kept on the number of boundaries scored on the offside or number of sixes scored on the offside, I think Yasir Kaleem would have been a millionaire by now.
All right, that's a good one. But they still don't have a boundary sweeper fielder on the offside for him yet.
Well, honestly, it's not T20 cricket, 50-over format. I would not want to rush with things. I would rather convince my bowler to keep lines closer to the stumps. Don't give him that extra room.
Lets it go this time. Playing it safe. He already got a 6 in the previous ball. Doesn't want to take unnecessary chances. Akif has been a tad expensive, given away 20 runs already. 2 more balls to go in his 3rd over.
Good delivery. Shaping away. And I think that would give confidence to Akif when he comes in to bowl the next over. Been tad expensive here. 20 in his 3 overs. But what's important is that he has picked up the wicket of the dangerous Sandeep Singh Sandy. Ball to go in this over. 4.5, 31 for 2. I think Pacific Group will not mind that sort of a run rate at this stage because IGM has lost 2 big wickets.
Yes, and there's not going to be any dew tonight. At least that's how it looks like. It's been windy, and when there is wind, there is no dew.
Well, definitely we'll continue that chat after the over. It's 5 gone, 31 for 2. Saqib Manshad. And just pulls off his run up there. Coming out of a massive injury there, Saqib Manshad. Lost that pace. 5 clicks or more, I would say. Just focusing on the discipline in the line. And that's well inside as per the umpire. 5.1, 31 for 2. They would actually want to look at how they would want to build this partnership, because chasing runs under lights is not easy, but you got to be setting yourself with the right plans and try to come out and execute that. We saw that yesterday, Carwan Cricket Club doing that against Sri Lions. Went to cut that, missing it completely, Asif Lala.
Yeah, slightly lazy looking shot. He's deliberately bowling outside the off stump and not bowling anything which is closer to the body. Another fielder now being added on to the offside.
Well, exactly, that's what I was saying in the previous over, that you get a gully in place and have one extra catching man in that position, because if Saqib is trying to keep that line, and if he's being very disciplined on that channel, I would rather have a gully in place. And Lala lets that go. Says, I'm not going to touch anything that's beyond my reach. Score still the same. No runs conceded so far in the first 3 deliveries here by Saqib Manshad.
Well, you can put a stop to the runs with this kind of bowling, but you're also giving a chance to the batsman to get set and get his eyes in. Even though he keeps leaving the ball outside the off stump, he's still, with every such ball, he is getting set on the crease.
Definitely. And if I may ask, Vivek, your initial thoughts. You win the toss as a captain on this surface. In this format, what would you do?
I think I will bowl first.
How do you back that particular call? Do you have any strategy in mind or any philosophy behind that?
Well, I think it is, personally for me, it's once you know what the total is on the board, and then you can pace your innings and you can pace your batting accordingly. The wicket, I think, is good for chase and doesn't really change as much. There is a little bit of a slowing down that happens, but that's okay as long as you know what kind of total you're chasing.
Pretty aligned on that front. Good looking shot, but straight to Ansh Tandon. And that's a maiden over from Saqib Manshad, 31 for 2 IGM.
New over beginning.
That shot doesn't need explanation. It went to the boundary rope like a tracer bullet. You offer width to this man, 15 out of 10 times he's going to smash you for a boundary.
15 out of 10 is another next level maths. I think today we are all talking maths. But a brilliant shot. And that's why a sweeper probably is needed instead of the deep square leg.
For Yasir, yes, definitely. But as a fast bowler, that's like an insult. That's put down there by Jiju Janardhanan. And look at the luck that Yasir is carrying. The ball got an out, the thick outside edge. It popped out and it even went back. Did not even stay there so that it could have been taken on the second attempt.
He timed his jump well, reached the ball, got his hands to it. Couldn't hold on to it though. Good luck paves way for Kaleem to continue his innings. And anguish on the face of Akif. He thought he almost had another wicket.
Well, if this man goes out and wins the game for IGM, Jiju will not be able to sleep tonight.
Yes, it could be a very, very expensive drop. Wasn't the easiest of the catches, but then you need to hold on to these in order to win games. Asif is playing a watchful innings.
And played it down towards the fine leg region. There will be easy too, if not a boundary. And they managed to scamper through for 3. Excellent running here by Yasir Kaleem. He wanted to get back on strike. Started off slow, if you observe. Always wanted 3 there. Sprinted for the third one. Completes it comfortably. An expensive over here, this one from Akif Raja. 39 for 2.
Still 2 more balls to go.
Beautiful delivery. That's the class of an international bowler. And if you closely look at Akif, he reminds you of the famous Pakistani fast bowler, Mohammad Amir.
Yes. And bowls really well. The last ball had a good outswing to it. Just went teasing the outside edge.
And playing it down, a dot ball. Ends over number 7, IGM 39 for 2. Nicely worked around towards mid-wicket. Ball is racing away, but doesn't have enough legs. Fielder cuts it off. 2 runs added here. Asif Khan's tally. He moves on to 15 of 21. And to continue the discussion in the comm box, I have Nishant with me. Nishant, a very strong start here coming in for Pacific Group, but showing resistance here. Team IGM in the form of Yasir Kaleem and Asif Khan, that partnership building here. And this one again wide outside the off stump. Umpire says, well, within the limits. And it's a legal delivery.
Not the shot you want to play when you're 2 down. And this 254 can be a tricky total. We have not seen teams managing to keep wickets in hand towards the last 20 overs. Again looking to cut, underedges it towards the wicket keeper there. So I think Manshad here is just trying to tease the batsman.
Well, Nishant, if the bowler is bowling that line which is closer to the tram line, the wide guide line, I'd say, I think the batsman will slightly have to adjust his guard and probably get more closer to the middle and off and cover that line, cover that range of his, and then play a couple of slaps over the point region just to get his line corrected.
He's trying to do that, Asif. I think the 2 deliveries that he chased, even this one, the intention was to play an aggressive shot. Hasn't quite worked out for him though. Only trouble is that if it goes south, outside edge, there's a slip in place, doesn't time it, there is a gully, there is a point.
There's no gully there. No gully in place. There's a slip at 1.5 or 2. Standing there for Saqib Manshad. So they're not attacking here completely. A mix of attack and defense at the same time here from Jiju.
That will be a wide. That was too far outside the off stump.
Well, not getting away from that for sure, Saqib. The plan seems very clear here. I think if he covers the line of the ball, and it will be interesting to see how Yasir Kaleem deals with the line that Saqib Manshad is bowling at the moment. He likes to play that sort of a line, but something that is angling away from around the wicket, probably left arm over, it's going to be always difficult. Played in the gap. That's a handsome looking shot there from Asif Lala. What's the best part about it is he kept it on the ground.
Yes, that was nicely struck. My intention was to keep it along the ground, yes. And a finish to the over. 8 overs bowled, 46 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So Akif Raja continuing here. 8 overs gone, 46 for 2, IGM. Nicely played, that was on the money. So talking about the spinning option that Pacific Group has here, Nishant, 3 left-arm spinners in their side. Lakshman Manjrekar, who's quicker through the air. There is Mujahid Amin, who is slower through the air. And then there is Rizwan KS, who can bowl both.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun when they come on to bowl and we see spin operating from both ends sometime during the middle overs. Rather, probably immediately after the power play.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I would have wanted to see Parag Khanapurkar bat at number 4 instead of 3. What that would have done is that would have kept them silent in terms of having the left-arm spinner, because 3 left-arm spinners, how many of them will you hide? That match game which is going to be there, it's always going to play in the mind of the bowlers there. And with a left-handed batter, it's technically a bit sound, and when you're bowling at them, it's going to be difficult to get through.
Yes, maybe had the second wicket fallen a little later, the left-hander would have been sent in right away. Probably Mumtaz thinking on the same lines as you are. Down the leg side this time. Good take by the wicket-keeper.
Definitely a very good take there from Hamdan Tahir. Stretch of arms and collecting it with that left hand of his. And Akif Raja, tad expensive here. 4.2, 29 runs, but got that all-important wicket of Sandy. Sandy can be very dangerous and he can hurt you. He can bring that Sehwag effect to the game, wherein anything in his zone, he will go for it, try to make most out of it. But in the fashion in which he got out, I'm not sure whether you got a chance to look at it, Nishant, but it was very, very silly, a catch practice. It wasn't an edge, it was off the face of the bat, just trying to glide it to the wicket-keeper.
Yes, for somebody who's a hard hitter of the ball, that is the worst way to get out.
Definitely, he could have, given it a go. Would still have managed to get a boundary out of it at least. But then decided the moment he played that shot, he knew he has made a big, big mistake. Yasir Kaleem bats with a heavy bat. Down the leg side and stopping a certain boundary for sure there, Nishant.
Yes, I think that little bounce that was there just in front of him, that was the reason why he couldn't stop it completely. But still, I think he saved 3 runs.
Valuable 3 runs. These come into the entire calculation if you go back and try to assess it by looking at the summary and the scorecard as to how many extras you've conceded. These minor runs makes difference.
Short ball is gone for the pull, top edge. The fielder won't be able to reach it, but will manage to cut it off after a couple of bounces.
Well, just kept him a bit too square there. And well-directed short ball. Asif Lala went for it, backed himself up, but didn't get enough connection. And mind you, that's a long boundary out there. To clear that, it will take some middling. You'll not be able to clear the boundary unless it's express pace bowling at 145 clicks. Then it takes a top edge and goes sailing into the stands.
Yes, that pace, you can even clear the MCG with the top edge. We've seen that happen to Brett Lee quite a few times. Banged in shot again. Ducking underneath it. Gets away with that one.
Smart call there from the umpire. The movement was very late. The time it crossed the batsman, it was, above his body. A very, very good call.
Yes, those are the 50-50 calls where you have to go with the gut of the umpire. And you have to respect that. Could have gone either way. And nobody can really complain.
Well, not worth discussing, to be honest, because these are close calls. People will have difference of opinion.
Nicely tickled away. Very good batting this by Asif. Once again, they get a boundary of the last ball of the over. And I'm pretty sure the bowler will not be happy with that. End of over number 9. It's 55 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Aman, a new recruit of Pacific Group. Not sure if he's a guest player though. But here he comes, right arm quickie. Decent line there and decent length.
This good start to the over. Becomes very important to keep it really tight. And this 250 is a kind of a score which can go either way. Yesterday we saw 264 being chased down. A couple of days before we saw 261 being defended.
And I think if we closely look at how things have fared here, chasing has not been that convincing here, except for the one that Karwan did last night. But that again took a lot of resistance from Kamarawan and Amir Hamza, where they produced a fantastic partnership when they needed it. Last batting pair, and they produced a partnership in excess of 100.
Down the leg side, that will be a wide. And even prior to that, Amar Badani played a very good knock. And they chased down 220 odd in pretty quick time.
Well, they were on the losing side, Nishant, sorry to correct you there, but it was the partnership between Adnan Arif and Sagar Kalyan that pulled things off for Ajman Heroes.
Yes, Ajman Heroes, that's right. Remembered the match, right? Got the teams wrong. Will take some time getting used to.
Well, but nonetheless, your point being correct there, Amar Badami in the first innings alongside Punya Mehra set that partnership up, which led to that total of 225, else they would have bundled out within the 200 mark.
We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal on that one. Whether it's off the bat or there's a bit of a thigh involved there. They picked up a single. Yes, leg by is signaled.
Well, very impressive bowling here from Aman. He's not express pace, but what he's doing is he's bowling with immaculate line there, keeping close to the stumps, not offering width to the batters. And especially when you don't have express pace, you should be very, very particular about the line that you're bowling.
Yes, bowl within your limitations. That's the key. And he's bowling cross seam, is he? No, seam up. Played away towards the onside. Another dot ball.
9.5, almost the end of the power play. I think a very good one here so far. I think both the teams will be happy with the way things have poised here. IGM would have wanted to have 1 wicket less down. 57 for 1 probably would have been something ideal to have at the stage. Nonetheless, this is what they are. 57 for 2, 9.5. Here comes Aman.
No ball it is. He wanted a single but sent back. We'll have to bowl the extra ball and that'll be a free hit. I think Pacific will probably be telling themselves that ideally there should have been 10 runs lesser. So it's a power play. Neither team will be very happy about.
Well, I think it's a 50-50 situation. You have to accept it, and you know, if you are Pacific, you will probably take that advantage of 2 wickets being, you know, picked up early in the innings. Those 2 were big wickets. We're talking about Sandy and Parag Khanapurkar. They have the capability of finishing games one-handedly. And that's a free hit up in the air, dug in short. And Saqib Manshad says, well, let me not given that opportunity to injure my finger. Anyways, the batters are taking single. 10 overs gone, 59 for 2 IGM. Umpire signaling that it's the start of the second power play, and it's Himyat. Well, look at that run-up. Nishant, he's a tall, fast bowler. And starts off with that line, the channel, which both these batters like. Outside off, width on offer. With the kind of physique, tall, long run up, expect some bumpers coming their way here.
So they've got a very interesting bowling attack. There's a 4th seamer that we see. There are 3 spinning options, as you say. All 3 left-arm spinners, though.
Well, in considering the fact that the opposition have 3 left-arm spinners, I would have definitely wanted Parag Khanapurkar bat in the middle overs, which is at the number 4 spot where Yasir Kaleem has come into bat now. It would have been so ideal to have a left-hander wherein captain would have been hesitant to actually get. And who would he stop? He has 3 left-arm spinners, 30 overs that they'll have to share within themselves. If not 30, at least 20.
Watchfully done this time, another dot ball. In the 11th over right now, Himyat has started very well. Looks to cut. Little bit of late movement there from Himyat. Play and a miss. Considering Parag Khanapurkar is already dismissed, you reckon Harry Barwal will have a role to play with the bat?
Well, not a batter per se, Harry, but he can block a few, but that's not what you would want when you're chasing. That is to get the required run rate up beyond the reach. You probably want to have your best batters bat in the middle overs, which is the next probable one. I'm anticipating it's going to be Vishnu or Waqas Ali. There's Vishnu, Waqas Ali as well. And there is Shahnawaz Khan as an all-rounder. Asif Mumtaz can bat a few. I mean, he can block in a few and give able company if required. And we have seen a lot of times wherein if there was a need wherein he wants to save his wicket, he would probably take, wear the pads and get himself on so that he can block a few and try to build a partnership along with a senior partner. Be that, that hold up in order to protect the wickets coming forward.
As he attempted that against Sri Lions, came into bat at number 4. Tucked away straight to the fielder. It's a maiden over to start with for Himyat. 11 overs bowled, 59 for 2. Aman will bowl his second over. Good start to his spell, none for 3. A little too straight there, drifting onto the pads. Kaleem very comfortably picks up that single. Asif played a similar knock against Sri Lions as well. When he saw wickets falling around him, he decided to hold one and up.
Well, that's what is required when you hold that amount of experience. And when you've played a lot of first-class cricket back in Pakistan, that's the least thing that is expected out of you, being the senior most player of the team in terms of experience-wise. Nicely glided down towards third man. That will be a single added to the tally here. So they're not hurrying up with those boundaries here at the moment, IGM. They know the importance of building partnership here. This partnership's worth 38 runs, 61 for 2 at the moment. And Kaleem and Asif will have to push this to the 3-figure mark.
Yes, also the required rate is 5 and over. Not worrying, and short ball, that pull didn't come off the middle of the bat, didn't matter. In fact, it was better that it didn't come off the middle, because that little bit of an under edge there has allowed the ball to go to fine leg for 4.
Well, at times you definitely feel that good that I did not get the middle of the bat, especially when there are half-measure shots that you play, which land just right between the fielder inside the circle and the one positioned at the boundary. That's where you be a philosopher and think, what happens, happens for good.
Shayad the stumps is missed. So they get the single there without any damage. Yes, cricket is pretty much the game of life. You have to keep all aspects of life alive when you're on the cricket field. Philosophy, superstition, karma, all of that.
Well, can't agree more to that, Nishant. Meanwhile, 4 bowlers have been used here by Pacific Group. No spinners yet so far. And all 4 paces. Speaks a lot about the options that the Jiju has to play around with. Even if he doesn't use a single spinner, he has 5 fast bowlers to get the job done. But that's definitely not going to be the case. Spinners need to be utilized here in Sharjah in order to be effective, especially when you have likes of Mujahid Amin, Rizwan KS and Lakshman Manjrekar. Nonetheless, it's 12 gone. IGM 66 for 2.
Dabbed away easily towards third man by Kaleem. So I think both these batters have probably discussed this and come to a decision, come to a consensus that we don't want to take risks. Let's pick up the easy singles. The field has opened up a bit. Let's take advantage of that. And the odd boundary ball will come.
Well, definitely would want to check what the actual name of the bowler is. Is it Himyat or is it Himayat? Again, worked around the fine leg region. This time it has enough legs to sail across the line, and that will be a boundary for Asif Khan. He moves on to 31 of 42 deliveries. Look at that, straying down the leg side and deserving punishment there. Don't have a fielder, and that's not the line that you can bowl at this stage.
Yes, just too far down the leg side there. A little too straight on that occasion, and Asif, he is looking to work the ball around. He is looking to play percentage shots that give him maximum results.
And that too with less risks.
And dropped.
Was that a catch? We'll have to closely look because even the cameraman wasn't able to follow. It went in that quick.
Yes.
A big drop from Ansh Tandon. It was quick. It was bullet. We could actually hear the noise of the timber here in the commentary box.
Yeah, there was such a sweet sound. None for 5. Could have been 1 for 5. This time with soft hands. Excellent running between the wickets. And good positive cricket as well.
$72 for 2. 13th over in progress. Another over to go after this for the drinks break. Nicely played down towards the third man, a single taken. This is excellent stuff here. This is what experience brings you on the table here. Asif Khan, Kaleem, not falling short of any experience there, especially knows a thing or two about how the wicket here plays in Sharjah, knows the dimensions pretty immaculately, and batting very sensibly out here, trying to pull IGM back into the contest here. 73 for 2, the ball to go into 13th.
That's off the outside edge. Flies away towards third man. And they will manage to pick up a single that will end the over as well. 13 bowled, 74 for 2.
So finally, we have Mujahid Amin, one of the most experienced left-arm spinners here. And starts off with a single down towards the long off. Unstunned and keeps it down to a single. And it will be interesting to see how Yasir Kaleem plays him out, because he likes to go inside out towards extra cover. And there is a slip in place. And Mujahid Amin, he highly rates him. Yasir Kaleem highly rates Mujahid Amin's left-arm spin, because the ball never reaches the batter. Even though it looks like he tries to push it up in the air, but the ball never comes to the batter as anticipated. Well, what's the need? What's the need, Akif Raja? You're injuring your own bowler, his bowling arm.
You won't want that.
Well, we saw that yesterday. It happened with Aslam, and he had to go back. He's retired hurt. In fact, subbed there. Came in late third of the match, I would say in the second innings.
Aslam, in particular, while he was batting also, he was in trouble. And while fielding also, he had a little bit of trouble with his ankle. Nicely cut, but straight to the fielder. It was such a wonderful all-round performance from him. And so sad that he had to end up in the losing side.
Well, all credit goes to the way Amir Hamza and Qamar Aman batted. Otherwise, it was Sri Lions' game all over the way they played. But I think some poor captaincy there in terms of the bowling change that resulted in that particular loss. I mean, a lot of learning for me as an observer of the game, to be honest, as to how things are to be done and how things should be done, what decisions you take at what interval of the game.
Excellent start for Mujahid in his spell. Just the 1 run conceded, 14 bowled. It's 75 for the loss of 2 wickets. Himyat to bowl his third off the under half of the bat there. They'll pick up a single. Oh, collision. Collision there, but no damage done, hopefully. Yes. Both fielders seem to be all right. Kaleem will be on strike now, 19 of 27 as Azim takes a breather. And in comes Vivek. Welcome back, Vivek. Very sensible looking and comfortable looking partnership between Asif and Kaleem.
Yes, they haven't been in any sort of trouble so far. Playing with ease. Looks like they have ample time to play their shots. Just like this one. What a beauty. A shot which has been played over the third man for a 6. A rare treat to watch. The ball pitched outside the off stump. A bit of a helicopter shot. But not on the onside. It's a helicopter shot on the offside over the third man. Brilliant.
I think the pace at which Himyat is bowling also helped. And that 6 really negates the good over. Very, very well played. What a delightful strike that was. Yes, the previous over by the left arm spinner was very, very good. And that 6 has negated all the good work done by him.
Wonderful wrist work. Brilliant wrists.
Well, the bowler was busy appealing. He didn't even notice that the wicketkeeper has not collected the ball. That's a drop chance. Was there glove involved? What do you think, Vivek?
I think it was thigh pad. Probably, or maybe a glove. The replay will tell us. But he was lucky he didn't concede a wide at least, to look at the brighter side.
There's no wide given. It was a shortish delivery bowled. So I think if it wasn't a wide called, that means there was some glove involved. And he blasts that one but straight to the fielder. Didn't time it.
In spite of not timing it well, the ball still went at a very fast pace. The fielder is still looking at his hand. It must have stung him there in the hand. Imagine if it was timed well.
I think if he would have timed it better, it would have probably gone a little wider of the mid-off fielder and would have probably gone for 4. Left alone. Good leave there. Good thinking.
Not much carry. The wicketkeeper collected it on the second bounce. Was a slightly slower ball as well. I think the quick bowlers are not making much of an impression. Both Asif and Kaleem are playing without any difficulty.
Nicely pulled away by Kaleem there. But straight to the fielder will be a single. 15 overs bowled, 83 for the loss of 2 wickets. Mujahid will continue. He bowled a very good first over. Very well bowled again. .83 for the loss of 2 wickets. Comes down the track, goes over the top. Nicely played, but on the full to the fielder in the deep. Just a single.
The bowlers will have to ask some questions here very soon. Otherwise, both these batters are looking very, very comfortable. And they can run away with the match if this continues in this fashion. Kaleem has been phenomenal on the offside. Asif has batted well too. Uppish. One bounce.
Good stop there by Rizwan. Diving to his left and making the save. Another very tidy over from Mujahid. Just a one run again. Excellent bowling. 16 bowled, 84 for 2. So time for a spin from both the ends. Rizwan into the attack now. 27 of 35 for Kaleem. Rizwan starts off well. Right on the money. The moment spinners came on from both the ends, the helmets are out.
Yes, it's humid. If you can send the helmet back, it's better. Straight to the fielder, no run.
I think just moved a fielder there from short fine to short third. In fact, he's moving to gully now. I think if they can't pick up wickets, Pacific, they'll at least have to try and keep this tight. Force the batsman to do something out of the ordinary. And those overs like Mujahid's, couple of overs, just one run coming from each of them. Such overs, they need about 4-5 quick overs where they concede just about 9-10 runs. And then suddenly that required rate will be 5.5.
Yes, that's right. As I said in the previous game, you don't let the match happen to you. You make the match happen rather than the match happening to you. So make something happen, get some wickets, put some pressure, do something out of the box. They need a wicket.
They'll have to stop those singles from being taken so easily and force them to do things like that. That's a good shot from Asif. Skipping down the track there. In fact, Yasir it is. And hitting it over extra for 4. Good shot.
Good use of the feet. Brilliant batting, and as we know, he is phenomenal on the offside. Plays it with the spin. Pacific will certainly miss an off spinner here. Cut away nicely. The ball is racing towards the boundary. Another 4. Beautiful shot. Went back on the back foot, waited for the ball, and impeccable timing there.
Yes, and those two boundaries will definitely put pressure on the bowling side here. And the required rate, which was about 5 and over, has come down to 4.8. End of 17 overs, it's 94 for 2. Mujahid has started off his spell with 2 very tidy overs, having conceded just a couple of runs in them. And again, a very good start to the spell, to the over, beg your pardon. Nicely tossed up.
A difference between both the bowlers, both the left-arm spinners. Mujahid doesn't take a jump at all. He just walks in and bowls. Whereas Rizwan bowls with a jump. 2 different bowlers. Both of them are left-arm spinners, but totally different in their approach and in their action.
Again, very well bowled. Just tossing it up there is not allowing the batter any room whatsoever. And keeping it very straight. Gives a little bit of room this time, and Asif manages to hit it through the offside for a single.
Both of them were on 36. However, now Asif moves down to 37. And Kaleem will have to probably chase his partner and overtake him, maybe in this ball.
Soft hands, quick single. And both on the same score again.
Kaleem has played lesser deliveries though, but they don't look in any trouble whatsoever.
Gets it past the fielder inside the circle this time, and they will come back for 2. So 3 runs coming off that over, 18 bowled, 98 for 2. So Lakshman Manjrekar introduced into the attack. That's the 3rd left-arm spinner that we'll see in action, and the 7th bowler used thus far.
Desperately need a wicket. Trying to change bowlers, have used 7 of those. On to the leg stump. Flicks it with his wrists. Easy single.
Yes, both these batters look pretty much in control of the game right now. Nothing seems to be bothering them. We haven't even seen a delivery that beats the bat.
Yes, completely in control. Half appeal.
It's just as I said, there's not been a delivery that has beaten the bat. Here is one.
That's called the commentator's curse. The moment you say something like that, you can see that you are proven wrong.
Lot of loop there from Manjrekar. Oh, fumble, but no damage done. So much so that Asif took a long stride forward and almost took it on the full.
Yes, he will have to make something happen here. Toss the ball up, invite them to play, entice them to make a mistake. But doesn't look like this one has gone over the extra cover, landed on the roof of the stadium. A brilliant, brilliant shot by Kaleem. Massive power. And a huge six on the offside.
That was nicely struck by Kaleem. What hitting this? Tossed up, he came down the track, went over extra. He loves that area. Hit a boundary there and now a six. And time for the administrators to look for the ball now.
Yes, go and find the ball. Well, fortunately, they have additional balls. They have actually a box of balls. And they don't have to go out of the stadium to find this one. And what umpires do is, from that box, they try to pick up a ball which is old enough or similarly old to the current ball that went out of the stadium, so that there is not much of a difference in the condition of the ball. And that's what the umpires have done. They have found a similarly roughed up older ball and tossed it towards Manjrekar, who is now getting ready to ball the fifth ball of his first over.
.44 of 43 now, Kaleem. Nicely cut away, and it gets past the fielder there. He gets a hand to it, has slowed it down, but won't matter because it has enough legs to go all the way to the backward point fence for four. That should have been stopped.
Yes, it went very, very fast, like a bullet. I think when Kaleem was a small child and he used to play in his gully cricket, only runs that were counted were the runs on the offside, and hence he became an offside player.
Dot ball to finish the over, 19 ball, 110 for the loss of 2 wickets. Mujahid bowls his fourth over, starts off with the dot ball again. Very similar to what he has done in all his overs so far. And turn for him.
Kaleem has overtaken Asif by 8 runs now and has played 15 fewer balls. 48 of 45 deliveries. Asif is on strike, plays it late off the back foot will get an easy two. Almost another collision with the wicketkeeper.
So now Kaleem has started taking risks, whereas Asif is happy to hang around. He's doing what he's done so far. Easily punched off the back foot there. Will pick up another single.
This ball did not turn, unlike the previous one, so some variety by Mujahid. He's bowled very economically so far.
Very close leave, that one. An excellent judgment, I would say, from Kaleem. That was very close to the stumps, just outside, and he managed to let it go.
Yes. This one turned a little, went on the back foot and just punches it onto the offside. Across the square, gets a single. We haven't seen any of the left-arm spinners bringing the ball back into the right-hander.
Yes, no arm balls yet. 20 overs bowled, 114 for the loss of 2 wickets. Lakshman will bowl his second. Kaleem on strike, batting on 49 now. Cut hard, but there is a sweeper on the offside. That's a single, and that is 50 for Yasir Kaleem of just 48 balls. Very well played. That's a pretty good knock.
Brilliant innings. We saw some great big hitting on the offside. Huge sixes landing on the rooftop of the stadium. Excellent batting by Yasir Kaleem, setting the tone of this chase. Along with Asif Lala, who's playing the sheet anchor, looking very, very solid.
Yes, he has had no trouble. He hasn't taken any chances. Short ball, pulls it this time. And whenever he has played an aggressive shot, he has ensured that he plays it along the ground. And these two have started finding boundaries with a lot more ease now.
Yes, he plays it along the ground and he plays it into the gap. A huge gap, and he was eyeing this for a very long time. He got the ball appropriate enough to be played into this gap, and he obliged by placing it there and getting a boundary.
Good delivery, bowled. He shows some respect to that. That's a dot ball. Big smile on his face. Looks like the wicketkeeper and him are indulged in some friendly chat.
Oh, very nicely placed. There is nobody there. They will easily get 2 runs. I'm not sure about this field placing, though. There are huge gaps on the onside. And it's packed on the offside. Whereas the bowler keeps bowling onto the pads of the batsman.
I've not really seen any attempt made by the Pacific skipper to stop those singles. Again on the leg side, again played away with ease. And it will be another couple of runs. And 50 for Asif as well. What a fine knock this has been from both these batters. 21 overs bowled, 123 for 2.
Brilliant batting by Yasir Kaleem. Big hits on the offside. Eyeing those gaps in the covers and extra cover region. Got some beautiful boundaries. And a couple of huge sixes. "21 overs have gone, 123 for 2. As a spin attack continues from both the ends. And also, the changes in voices in com box continue as well. Asim is back after his short break. Welcome back, Asim.
Thanks, mate. And so does the flurry of boundaries here continue. This might not reach the fence though, but the intent is pretty clear here. Bad deliveries to be dispatched.
That's right. Kaleem seems to be a little bit tiring. Looks like he's starting to get tired, so he wants to create as many boundary opportunities as possible and get those runs in quick time.
Keeping 50 overs and then coming out in a situation which was a tough one to get the team out from, coming out performing itself is a big thing.
Beautiful cut once again. He is a very powerful cutter of the ball. Just rocks back onto the back foot and cuts it. 2 easy runs added to the total.
Well, he is a busy cricketer, Yasir Kaleem. Look at that partnership with 104. This is excellent stuff here by the 2 experienced campaigners. And mind you, 2 drop catches of Yasir Kaleem.
Yes, that's what's costing. That's what's costing the Pacific Group now.
Look at that turn. Now, this is the key what he is doing here. Mujahid Amin, and this is what we saw Malinda Pushpakumara do the same thing yesterday, but somehow, with some logics, they kept him away from bowling that 10-over quota. That resulted in certain decisions which costed them the entire game. When you have a bowler who can bowl, toss it up in the air, spin the ball at the same time, because under dew, under light, it is not easy to get ball quick and then get a turn as well. You have to bowl slow through the air, let the pitch, take some assistance from the pitch with that slowness that you're offering to the batter.
Very rightly said. You need to make use of the wicket and the conditions to get that spin.
Yes, sir. And the bowlers have rightly, we'll continue that chat after the short break. 22 overs gone, IGM 129 for 2. Well, that was Asif Khan. He brought his 50 in the very next over. That Yasir got his 50. But he has chosen gaps and the areas on his will. He has just hit boundaries at will. Whenever he wanted to hit them, he got them. And that has been the key behind this rescue. And rescue has been that hallmark of the entire 47th Bukhatir League. We've seen every team, there is a partnership that builds up and then pulls them out of that danger-looking situation, which again brings a lot of energy back into the contest, that it's not over. We are still here, standing tall as a wall.
Yes, partnerships. Initial fall of wickets and then a partnership that pulls the team out of trouble. That's been the hallmark of this tournament so far. Looks like there will be a change in the bowling, and we will go back to seeing the seam quick bowling from at least one end.
Well, I'm not sure who's going to be bowling here, but looks like it's Himyatullah with his right arm quick. No change of ends for him. He's coming in from the same end, Bukhatir end, that he started his spell off. Now they want to test the batters with some quick, sharp deliveries here. He has pace, long, tall, fast bowler. He can hit the deck hard. And they want to change the way the batters are actually approaching at the moment. They want to break through.
Balls on the good length, just a tad short of good length. Played by Asif to mid-off, no runs. They must be missing an off-spinner here, Asim, because if they had an off-spinner, probably it may become a little difficult for Kaleem to play against the spin on the offside.
Well, pretty interesting say there. And always tough when the ball is spinning square. It's going to be tough to play those inside-out shots. But he, mind you, as I said, king of offside. I just don't call him by fluke. Seen him play those gorgeous-looking shots. Well, when he stepped down to the left-arm spinner and played it inside-out, well, he has the ability of doing that to an off-spinner as well. And moreover, the risk that will be involved is comparatively less of getting stumped out there, unless and until he misses it completely or the ball square spins way too much beyond his reach.
Yes, that's right. Sometimes you have to try different things to get wickets.
I am aligned on that front, Vivek. You have to experiment with things, but backed with certain ideas as to how you have to be justifiable. That's very important here. You make changes, but should be backed up by the right field setup and with the right strategy, with the right idea. Well, I want you to bowl here. I'm giving you this field. Continue bowling here. Even if you get hit for runs, I want you to bowl here. What that does, it gives the bowler the confidence. Even if I get hit for runs, that's what my captain wants me to do.
That's right. And you never set field for bad balls. You always set field for good deliveries, because setting a field for a bad ball, you can never do that. This one was a bouncer, a well-directed short pitch delivery, one for the over.
Well, nicely ducked by Asif Lala. But one thing, if good cricketers might observe here, in fact good batters probably, the way he ducked down was a very dangerous way of doing it, because he had his bat up in the air. What that does is that gives us a nice, that risk element which comes in play of getting that top edge, and the ball can go anywhere.
Another short delivery, lets it go to the wicketkeeper. I think he's testing him with short balls. Even in the beginning, in the first or the second over, I think Asif got hit on the helmet with a short ball. It seems sometimes he tends to take his eyes away off the ball if it is pitched short, and keeps his bat hanging up in the air. So maybe trying to entice a mistake here.
Well, a batter who has faced 72 deliveries, and for us to say he's not able to side the ball, or probably siding it a bit late on the shorter ones, I think it's going to be a bit harsh there, Vivek. I think it's all about his technique. He has this high backlift when he's playing that shot, and that stays there. If you observe on the short pitch deliveries, it stays there, and then he bends down, the bat still stays there.
Yes, end of the over. 129 for 2 is the total at this time.
Wow. Who said Yasir Kaleem will not hit you on the onside? Mujahid Amin is surprised. And look at that. Look at the sound that it made. Wow. Into the stands. That's half a dozen for the big man.
Brilliant shot right from the middle of the bat. Bounced on it. And attempted another one, but this time couldn't get hold of it and went under his bat and also beat the wicketkeeper.
Well, how did that miss the stumps? That's something even Mujahid Amin is not able to understand. Look at that. Tossed up in the air. Same shot coming through. And look at that. Whiskers away from the leg stump.
Yes, he got a bottom edge to it and took it, I think, a few inches from the leg stump.
Going on to the back foot now. Asif, he's playing with a lot of confidence against Mujahid Amin. He's not able to find runs, but the way he's defending the ball, the way he's showing the face of the bat and playing him out, I think very smart move here. Apish over the head of Ansh Tandon, and that's going to be half a dozen. So 2 sixes in this over, disturbing the figures of Mujahid Amin completely.
A flat 6, almost parallel trajectory to the ground. Hit powerfully over the long off. All he could do was watch the ball sail over his head and into the stands.
Off the back foot and cutting it from the stumps, Jiju covering it up there under dot ball. A good comeback from a good bowler. That's a sign of a good bowler. Get tonked for 2 sixes in the same over and then you come back strong, showing that well, I'm not that easy to go after. You can hit me for 1, try another one. Well, he did, and that's another one. Third of the over, and this time Asif changes the direction slightly wide of long off, and look at that. We'll have to wait. Well, it is a boundary, not a 6 though, but in the safe zone. Brings an over to the end. 24 overs gone, 146 for 2. Well, as we were discussing there during that over break, is that IGM batters, both of them, Yasir Kaleem and Asif Khan, they've looked so comfortable with these bowlers. Yes, there were dot balls played, but there wasn't a situation wherein we could actually pinpoint and say that this was the phase where the bowlers have troubled these batters. All they were doing is trying to phase that particular, they were playing that phase out where they lost the wickets, trying to nudge it around for singles, doubles, and get those timely boundaries as well. But I didn't find any delivery so far that has troubled them per se.
Yes, they have been doing it with ease. Absolute ease. Look at that shot. Again, went like a tracer bullet. Smashes into the boundary. 4 runs.
Lala has arrived here. He's moving into his T20 groove now. He was playing that 50 over first class format. Now he is changing gears.
Pacific Group bowlers, the body language for the fielders and bowlers, the shoulders are drooping. They have almost given up. But the way these batters have batted, the way they are dominating now, and even before, with the ease that they were playing, it seemed as if there is no chance. This is a wide ball. He will have to bowl that again.
Imagine running in from that 30-yard circle and all what the umpire says, please re-bowl.
Yes, it is cruel sometimes, but then the bowler has only himself to blame. Sometimes it seems as if cricket is a little rough on the bowlers, not allowing them any rooms to make any mistakes.
This one tongue towards long on, and that's going to be another half a dozen. So they are in a hurry here. Look at that length delivery and nice pickup shot there from Asif Khan. It's there, out there on the tier 1. And looks like the Pacific Group, that was a fan there, not liking the way IJM is batting at the moment. 158 for 2. Asif Khan moves on to 71. Yasir batting at 64. Changing gears here.
An interesting tussle between Asif and Kaleem to get ahead of each other.
Look at the partnership, 135 or 123. Overrun a ball, 62 contributed by Asif, 64 by Yasir. And they are going even Steven here. That was too close to cut. He made that extra room, but that was a good delivery.
Yes, that was a good delivery. They're hoping somehow either Kaleem or Asif makes a mistake and a wicket falls so that they can have a foot in the door, Pacific Group. Because if that doesn't happen, then there doesn't seem to be any chance of them winning this game.
Another big one. So this is a different version of Asif Lala. And this is the version that we've popularly known him for. Look at that. Short delivery, pulled and pulled handsomely towards square leg. And they are talking to the stands now.
Yes, they seem to be in a hurry. Looks like there's a dinner invitation. And they want to reach there on time.
Looks like Asif Khan was missing the noise of those chairs there. Wanted to test them if everything's okay. Trying every area. Yasir Kaleem picked up the mid-wicket zone from the Cricket Academy end. Now from the Bukhatir end, he is picking up the square leg area. Asif Khan trying and testing every seating zone here in the stadium, if everything is okay.
We should be very watchful in the com box. If the ball is headed towards us, we need to duck in time.
Brilliant looking shot, but straight to Lakshman Manjrekar, where he's out there as a sweeper cover. Well, talking about it, ball coming to the commentary box here, courtesy to the planners, how they have planned this infrastructure. Ball can never reach here unless someone has a different level of enmity against us and they throw it directly to the com box from the ropes. Mujahid Amin will continue. Well, that's what experience is all about. Look at that. He was expensive in the previous over, but captain still trusting him. Well, come, Mujahid, I trust you. Come have a bowl. I'm sure you're going to give us that breakthrough.
Yes, sometimes when a batsman is going after a bowler, there can be an opportunity which gets created just because the batsman is trying to overhit or just trying to go after a bowler. That's maybe what he's thinking. And plus, Mujahid had bowled very well in the overs prior to the one in which he got hit. Oh, ho, ho, ho. What is this? Dead ball. Slipped out of his hands.
Well, reminds you of that David Warner incident.
Maybe a bit of dew, I don't know.
Up in the air, a chance for the fielder. And he takes it. Himyatullah makes no mistake. And that's exactly why Mujahid Amin was trusted again. Come have a ball. I trust you. You're going to give me a breakthrough. That was the message from Jijo Janardhanan. And that's what he has done here. Delivered. Big fish walking back to the pavilion. Asif Khan out for 78. Partnership has been broken here. Look at that. 3 sixes and 4 boundaries in that with a strike rate of 90. Started off very slow. He was batting at a strike rate of 65, 70 odd. And then look at this. 78 of 86 and getting the round of applause from the dugout. What a knock that comes to an end. That wicket makes way for Vishnu Sukumaran, number 12, coming in at number 5 for IGM. Required run rate, nothing extraordinary here, 3.66.
Plays the first one defensively. Back to the bowler.
$89 to get of 24.1. Should be an easy chase from here on, unless and until they give it away.
Yes, Kaleem will have to play a very important role here. Since he's the set batsman batting at 64, he will need to keep batting. And the required 89, at least make 30-40 runs out of those required 89. $165 for 3 at the end of 26 overs.
Here comes Akif. Gets an outside edge, and Yasir Kaleem is living dangerously, and that's a boundary to start off and to welcome Akif Raja back for a second spell. Well, that's clear boundary there. I think fielder also knew it. That's the reason a soft signal coming through from Saqib Manshad. 85 to get of 23.5 overs. Overs are something that is fine, but I think they have to keep the wickets intact here, because we've seen teams collapsing as well.
Yes, and I don't know how much of a batting lineup is there after these two batters. How deep do they bat? That is another crucial question at this juncture.
Well, they have Waqas Ali, who is a very good bat, a proper middle order player, and very technically sound. And talking about Waqas Ali, he's nephew of Shoaib Malik. Has a similar style of batting as well, the back lift and the way he finishes his shot, the follow through, everything quite similar to Shoaib Malik. Shayad the bowlers end there, and Yasir just sprints at the last moment and makes it through. He's batting on 60, and now he needs to understand the importance of his wicket here. Very crucial that Yasir plays that anchor from here on. It's 84 runs. 84 can be a 184 if you keep on losing wickets.
Very rightly said. As we saw in the innings when Pacific was batting and Abhay got out at a well-made 87, after that there was a collapse.
I think that was the changing point in the game. He should have carried his bat throughout. He was playing that anchor knock, and then unnecessarily, I feel, he gave it away and sneaked in that opportunity for IGM to bounce back into the game, and they welcomed it with both the hands.
Rightly said. I always believe the one who is set and who's done the hard work and has made runs 40 or 50 or 60, that's the one who should see the team through.
And I think while chasing, and especially when you're in such a comfortable situation wherein you have to chase under 4 and over, I think that added satisfaction should only come when you are coming out unbeaten. That should be a mental state of mind wherein you have to build your mind in such a way that I need to be unbeaten, regardless whatever happens.
Wide ball, another run added to the extras. Yes, you have to see the team through. It is contingent upon the one who has been set and who has been batting long enough, because it's not every day that you get an opportunity to get your eyes in, get set. That doesn't happen every day, and if it happens, then you better see your team through.
Stepping down, and that's a no ball here. And the story, I think the affair between Akif Raja and no balls continue. Pretty loyal to each other.
Yes, let's see if Yasir Kaleem can make the maximum use of this free hit or not. Not that they need a lot of runs at a very high run rate, but still, if there is an opportunity, might as well make use of it.
Short delivery pulled, but straight to the fielder there. Never mind, it's a free hit. Some catching practice there by Yasir Kaleem.
Though a couple of catches were dropped earlier, but this one is taken. However, this doesn't matter and doesn't count.
$80 more runs needed of 23 deliveries for the defending champions. IGM 174 for 3. Well, being the defending champions and coming into a tournament, there's always that added pressure that is there on your head, the responsibility of protecting that title.
That's right. You come in with a reputation, and you come in with the burden of expectations.
Definitely 27 gone, 174 for 3 IGM. Mujahid Amin continuing. Now this is his 7th.
Can he produce another wicket in this over?
In fact, his 8th over. Inside out, and typical Yasir Kaleem, trademark shot. That's his zone. Look at that, coming onto the pitch of the ball and depositing it in the stands. This is good stuff here from the big man.
Looks like he can play these shots even in his sleep.
Well, if you ask anyone who knows him that how does his Manhattan looks like, I think 60%, 65% scores will be there in that region. Out of the entire score I'm talking about.
And that's what me and Nishant were talking about, that when he was a child and he was playing his gully cricket, only the runs in offside were counted. And if you hit on the onside, it was not counted. And that's how maybe he became a predominantly offside scoring player.
Slip removed, and that gives an opportunity to Yasir Kaleem. Get a couple of runs out of that thick outside edge. Well, looks like things are falling away from the hands of Pacific Group. Now, if you have good batters in your side, that's one of the main reasons why I mentioned there earlier. Go out and have a bowl first. Things are not going to be easy under lights to defend.
Played on to the long on boundary, gets an easy single there, walking across. He's toying with the bowling. Playing at will, hitting at will. Looks a little tired though, and this is where mental toughness comes into play. He has to put that tiredness on the side and continue to bat and see his team through till the very end of the innings. Off the back foot, still watchful Vishnu, not taking extra chances.
Pulled and straight to the fielder. It was hit hard, but straight to the fielder, who makes no mistake there. Look at that. Went onto the back foot. Nicely positioned himself there. Abhay Jotin. In fact, that was Aman. Takes that catch. Good one. End of Vishnu Sukumaran. Out for just a single. That's a big wicket falling here. Now, there'll be a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Yasir Kaleem. Vishnu making his way back, out for just a single of 6 deliveries. Interglobe Marine 183 for 4.
Fast bowling to continue from the Bukhatir end. Akif bowling his 7th over. "71 runs more needed in 21.5 overs. Six wickets in hand. A big responsibility on Yasir Kaleem to see his team through. Inside edge, it was more of a, from the inside half of the bat rather. Going on to mid-on, will not get any run. Mental toughness is the need of the hour. Forget about your tiredness, forget about the cramps. Hang in there. Fight it out till the last run is scored. That's what Kaleem needs to do. This one pitched short, going onto the back foot, playing it towards the point. No run. This one is played inside out and is sailing over the extra cover boundary for yet another 6 from the bat of Yasir Kaleem. He never ceases to impress. A brilliant, brilliant shot there. Also, change in the com box. Joining us now is Nishant. Welcome back, Nishant.
Thank you very much. Kaleem, what a knock this has been from him. 85 of 70 deliveries. It's taken the game away from Pacific in that partnership with Asif. Asif dismissed, but Kaleem going strong. Short ball, cut away. Fielder will have to give a chase. It will be a single. It should be an easy task from here on.
Yes, unless they lose wickets. Kaleem will be the key factor. He needs to continue to bat till the end. Wicket of Kaleem and another one or two other wickets will set the cat amongst the pigeons. Last ball of the over. Played defensively by Shahnawaz. End of 29 overs now, 190 for 4, IGM.
Mujahid to bowl his ninth. Has picked up a couple of wickets. Kaleem pushes it and sets off for a quick single. Having a little bit of a chat there, Mujahid and Kaleem, probably asking him, what did you have for dinner, sir?
Yes, he's been phenomenal. The way he's been batting. Brilliant display of shots. Shahnawaz is yet to open his account. And this is the batsman that they should be attacking. Looking to get a wicket. Looking to somehow create opportunities. Already a slip in place. A big appeal for an LBW. Umpire shaking his head.
That looked very close, Vivek.
That looked very close. The ball was not spinning. It was a straightening. Maybe pitched a little outside the leg stump.
Shahnawaz gets away with that one. And goes back and defends it this time. Mujahid, despite having been hit in one of the few overs, still going on at less than 5 and over.
And he got a wicket after he was hit in that over. Inside edge.
Well, again, Shahnawaz there was playing for the turn. He wasn't playing for the straighter one.
He'll have to be careful because Mujahid doesn't spin every ball. There are subtle variations. There are balls which straighten out and there are balls which move after pitching.
That one turned. And he played inside the line. So he's not really reading Mujahid very well here at this point in time, Shahnawaz.
playing with danger. One more ball to go.
Finally manages to get the middle of the bat. 30 overs bowled, 191 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Akif continues coming in with his 8th over. A short ball outside the off stump. It has been hit in the air and a catch has been dropped. Mujahid there at third man could not hold on to that ball. Dropped this catch. Another chance goes begging. Kaleem gets another life. He
Yes,
was standing at one place, playing, wanted to play that over the fielder.
Yes, and he had hung his head low because he knew that he was headed straight to the fielder. And it looks like the fielder in the deep, Manjrekar, is hurt. No, in fact, Saqib it is, beg your pardon. Yes, he looks to have hurt himself there. Shahnawaz yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries, was in all sorts of trouble against Mujahid. 62 more needed of 19 overs. Lot of time to do what they have to do.
Opens his account off the mark, Shahnawaz. Plays it towards the sweeper cover. First runs for him. Kaleem on the other end has been batting really, really well. 88 of 73 deliveries. Some lusty blows, big hits from his bat.
Nicely flicked away this time by Kaleem. Will only be a single. Shahnawaz hanging around. Short ball pulled away. Straight to the fielder. Just a single again. But that's what they need. A single every 2 deliveries is good enough.
That's right. That's the asking rate. If left to Kaleem, he would want to actually finish it much faster than that. 11 runs short of his 100. Total of 59 more runs to get. Short ball, guided it towards fine leg without much difficulty. Gets a single.
Runs keep coming very easily for them. They've had no problems whatsoever. Shahnawaz on strike. Two of 8. That's down the leg side. He'll have to re-bowl that one. Akif has been pretty expensive. Over 7 runs and over.
Quite a few no balls as well. Well played on the offside. Will easily amble across for a single. End of the over, 31 overs gone, 198 for 4.
So Mujahid will bowl his final over. Last attempt this to try and pick up a wicket, ideally that of Kaleem. Just not been able to get things right. Goes back and plays it wide of the bowler. That is another dot ball here.
Into the 90s. Kaleem. Shahnawaz on 3. Looks like he's starting to read Mujahid now. Starting to differentiate between deliveries which are straight and the ones that are going to turn away from him.
Good for him. He was in all sorts of trouble in the previous over. He's much better this time. I think he's decided to play him off the back foot and play him late. Picks up a single, gets off strike. Kaleem batting on 90 of 75. It'll be interesting to see his approach now.
Ten more to go for a well-deserved 100. Plays it on the offside, doesn't get a run. There are 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside trying to protect those runs that Kaleem scores in that area. Nevertheless, he continues to score in spite of these 4 fielders. This one has gone between the 2 of them and crossed the boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, rocking back and cutting it away past the fielder at point. Another boundary taken. Moves on to 94 now of 77 deliveries.
Should have been stopped though. Just went under his hands. Watchful, played off the back foot. End of another over. 200 is up, 203 now for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 32 overs.
Right then, another over to be bowled. Manjrekar is back in the attack. Bowled a solitary over, went for 12 runs, was taken off after that. And he's bowling with a slip in place to Shah Nawaz. And he bowls down the leg side. That's off the pads, I think. Yes, leg by as it is. That brings Kaleem back on strike. Will he go for glory? Will he go for the big shot? Let's wait and watch.
Well, knowing the way he has played so far, you never know. There is protection on the offside. There is a fielder at deep extra cover. He moves away. Oh, he moves away just in the nick of time. Will be a dead ball. There is a fielder sweeping the covers on the boundary. There is a fielder at long off. There is a fielder at long on. But there's no one on third man and there's no one on the fine leg. This one, we'll have to wait for umpire's signal. That's a wide ball. 2 more runs added to the total.
Not helping them. They'll bring Shah Nawaz on strike. That comes in with the angle there. Shah Nawaz doing well to push it back. Very well bowled. On target this time. Another dot ball.
All Shah Nawaz has to do is to hang in there and play alongside Kaleem. A big appeal here. This could be close and he has given him. Manjrekar gets his man. Shah Nawaz has to walk back. Adjudged LBW.
Yes, looks like there is still room for some drama in this game. That's another wicket down. Shah Nawaz Khan departs for 4 of 16. But still, Interglobe Marine pretty much in control. Waqas Ali is the new man in. .48 to win now. Pushed away by Waqas. Wanted a single, sent back. That'll be the end of the over. 33 bowled, 206 for the loss of 5 wickets. Now Rizwan is back. Just get a feeling that if they can somehow take the wicket of Kaleem here, we might just see an open match. And that's a lovely shot. Forget about taking his wicket. It looks like as if keeping Kaleem quiet in itself is a task. That's another boundary. Brilliant timing, brilliant placement.
Any other batsman would have probably played it on the front foot and defended this ball, whereas Kaleem rocks onto the back foot, plays it on the offside, and pierces the gap as well, gets 4 runs. That's the stroke of a master.
None for 23. Rizwan has been expensive. Down the leg side this time, looks to clip it away. They pick up a quick single. That was good running. Leg buys.
Two runs short of his 100. Yasir Kaleem. Waqas facing Rizwan is yet to get off the mark. 43 more runs needed from 99 balls. Rizwan setting up his field for the new man, putting in a catching position at short mid-off, and 1 slip.
Very confident prod there from Waqas. .43 of 98. On the stumps. Defended there. And that is going to be another dot ball.
Defending yet another ball. End of the over. 34 overs gone. 211 for 5.
Rizwan now bowling over the wicket to Kaleem. And he just fumbles there, and that will allow the single. Moves on to 99. What a knock this has been from Kaleem here. And, alongside me in the comm box for the next phase of the game is Asim. Brilliant batting by Kaleem.
Absolutely. Now, when you give chances to this such a player, 3 chances of them, and every chance has added to that 33 runs if you just average it out.
And once again, he has not collected the ball. Once again, allowed the single.
Now, this is what it does. 2 dot balls, which could have been. Now, these could haves and should haves needs to be converted into well done. 2, 1, 3 for 5 at the moment. Team IGM. A tad early. These breakthroughs would have come. The game would have been alive. Still, though. And a century for the big man. 100 up, what a knock. The team needed it. And look at that. Excellent knock. Keeping out there for 50 overs and then coming out and delivering this performance. 3-figure for Yasir Kaleem. How many times he has done it when the team needed it the most. And it is a time that he'll have to come out and finish the job for the team.
Yes, kept wickets for 50 overs, as you mentioned. Came out to bat pretty early as well. He's been there all through. Well bowled. This time he collects it clean. As he came out to bat in after 4 overs. Again, very, very easily played dot ball.
Ball to go into 35th. A good delivery, quicker through the air, flatter one. And excellent over coming to an end here from Manjrekar. 35 gone, IGM 2-1, 4 for 5. That was a knock from Yasir Kaleem. He came in, started positively. Yes, couple of chances went down, but doesn't matter. It doesn't show that in the scorebook. All what matters is how he has done the job for the team. Look at that. Maximum boundaries coming in on the offside, and there was this one whack down towards, couple of them in fact, on the onside. But majority, look at that, inside out. What a treat to watch. This man has every bit of it. He was out with a career-threatening injury. Was suffering with that sciatica nerve pain wherein he could not even bend his back. And then coming out of that injury, keeping wickets for the team, and then delivering such consistent performance. And mind you, over the last period of, this entire season, he's been very consistent for IGM.
Slog sweep from Vakas has connected it well. Sweet sound of the bat there. And that's another 6.
Nephew of Shoaib Malik, and short selection. If you just look at that. The way he whacks it down towards the mid-wicket region, typical the way Shoaib Malik plays. Waqas Ali, very versatile cricketer. He can bat at any position. Played it straight. Results the same. Half a dozen back-to-back for Waqas Ali.
This one a lot more orthodox. Straight batted over the bowler's head. Now that Kaleem has got to his 100, probably Waqas has decided Time to finish things off.
Well, except for the previous match, if you look at Kaleem's score, he got out for a duck against Sri Lions, that excellent bouncer from the quickie. But apart from that, in the previous encounters against Future Matter, he scored 22, 30, followed by an unbeaten 87 against Mid-East Metals. Then 46, then a 50 against Future Mattress again. Very, very consistent performer for IGM. Usually bats at number 3, but has been pushed one step down, but role is the same. Winners the match.
Yes, once a match winner, always a match winner, isn't it? And Waqas, after those couple of sixes, looks a lot more comfortable himself. 36 overs bowled, 229 for the loss of 5 wickets. Comes down the track, takes it on the full, but no big hit there. Just a gentle push towards long on for a single.
I think if they want to finish up in the hurry, you know, just to cover up their deficit in the net run rate, I think the charge should be given to Waqas and not Kaleem for sure, because Kaleem needs to stay there right till the end. A couple of wickets on the trot here will invite trouble for IGM for these last 20-24 runs.
Yes, funny things can happen. It's a funny game. Another in-drifter there. There's a slip in place. Manjrekar picked up the wicket with an arm ball. Just kept the slip in place to keep the batsman guessing. Again, very straight, very full, right on target.
Well, was trusted. Given the ball in the second spell, just had that one over where you can see the 13 runs, but then came back, got the wicket of Shahnawaz.
So it's been 3 deliveries that have gone on with the arm.
Well, usually has that, that's his strength. He doesn't turn the ball big. Keeps it flat.
And that fumble will take Waqas off strike. I had a feeling that the next ball would have been outside the off stump to bring that slip into play, but not anymore, it seems. Pushed away towards the fielder. It's a dot ball, 37 ball, 231 for 5.
trying some luck here with Abhay Jotin. And swept. Good effort coming in, and will just be a single. That'll bring Yasir Kaleem on strike. Batted sensibly here, this big man.
Yes, and he has really paced his innings very well, Kaleem. And he comes down the track. That's a mighty hit. Huge six.
That didn't even touch the canopies, out of the stadium. Look at that. Generated power, and look at it. It's in the orbit.
Yes, seen him play today in this innings. I have been feeling that I see a lot of MS Dhoni in his style of batting.
Especially the backlift. And the way he plays late, uses all the power in order to hit those sixes. Yes, definitely. Quite similar. Big structure there. Yasir Kaleem. Definitely with a lot of power as well. And then when he hits them, it stays hit. 16 more to get in 76 deliveries. Idea would be to finish it off with before that 40 over mark, so that they cover up on their net run rate, which is hovering at around minus 1.52 at the moment.
And he lets that go.
Well, I felt Yasir would probably be expecting that would be called as a try ball. Look at that reaction.
He was also laughing after that. Shot, pulled, straight to the fielder, just a single.
Didn't bounce after that, after pitching. Abhay Jotin definitely not a go-to bowler for sure. Just trying his luck. Someone who had a good day with the bat. Look at that, not at all, no bounce at all for him.
And he's bowling half trackers.
Well, half trackers, when they don't bounce, they can even be more dangerous than good deliveries.
And again, that didn't come off. So he'll pick up a single. That'll be the end of the over. 38 overs bowled, 241 for 5.
But again,
Lovely shot down the ground. And it falls short of the fielder.
looks like they're giving it away here. Didn't attempt for it. He would have sprinted. Could have been that minor chance that he could have plucked it through the thin air. Not to be so. Kaleem 112 of 92, Waqas 17 of 19. Pushed it, and a quick single being taken here.
So 243 for 5 right now in the 39th over. Kaleem 112 of 92 deliveries. What a knock.
Top knock from a top player.
Aslam got 118 yesterday. And that is huge. Or not quite. It went way up in the air, but the distance not quite there.
Well, got the team almost through there, but departing before getting the finishing runs here. Now what this means is the tail will begin here for IGM. 11 more to go. IGM 243 for 5, and Yasir Kaleem, he will be applauded the moment he gets closer to that dugout. What a knock. That is a match-winning knock. It's still not over though, but yes, he has got them almost over the line. And there comes the captain, Asif Mumtaz.
So Manjrekar has picked up the second wicket, but too little too late. Is it? Because they need just 10 runs with that single.
10 to get, 244 for 6 here, IGM. Well, I feel Yasir Kaleem just gave it away. He was a bit too tired there, but with just about 11 runs to get. I would have wanted him to finish the game for the team.
Yes, would have managed to get the highest individual score of the league as well.
Still stays with Aslam at 118. Well, that record won't be too difficult to beat. I mean, knowing that we are in the early stages of the tournament.
Very well bowled. That's another dot ball. That is the end of the over. 39 bowled, 244 for 6.
Is there any more drama left in this game? A hat-trick?
Well, why stop at that? Why not do a Malinga and finish the game?
Driven handsomely. A strong looking shot there. And he knew that it was a boundary the moment it left the bat. Look at that. Bottom hand coming into play, and excellent shot by Waqas Ali.
He has also played a very spirited knock here. 23 of 22, those couple of sixes and this boundary very timely to take the pressure of Yasser there.
Certainly. Off the back foot, just punching it down towards extra cover. Will be a dot ball. 6 more to get of 64 deliveries. That does not matter. What matters is those next 6 runs. How soon will IGM be able to get it?
Looking at the mood of Vakas, he would want to get it in this over itself. Short ball looks to pull, misses it.
Well, very strange looking shot there from Vakas. Just whiskers away from the bails. Can't believe his luck there, Aman.
I think that phase of the game when the spinners were operating from both ends and Asif and Yasser were batting with a lot of ease. Probably from one end they should have kept a pacer going.
Well, Mujahid didn't have enough support coming in from the other end. He applied pressure, but there was someone who should have taken the load away, and that will help. Scores will be equal with that extra. And IGM just requires 1 more run to seal this.
It will be another victory for the chasing side. Only that one match in between Future Mattress and Kolara Chocolates that was won by the team defending. That's since the day I came. Of course, before that we've seen a match where the team defending won. So final run then. Plays it with soft hands, sets off for a quick single. That will be it. Oh, yes, that is it.
What a fantastic victory there for Interglobe Marine. IGM, the popular name here in the domestic circuit. And they are making a statement, a loud one there, that we are the defending champions, and that's how champion side plays. 254 for 6 in 39.4 overs. And they have managed to win this game by 4 wickets. And more importantly, cover up that net run rate by winning it within 40 over mark. They lost within 40 over mark, and today they have covered up within that 40 over mark. What that does is that makes them positive on the points table as far as the net run rate is concerned. Very important victory there. Let's look at the batting card here. There is that one man standing out, Yasser Kaleem. 112 of 93 deliveries. The contribution, that partnership was 140 odd runs between Asif and Kaleem that pulled Interglobe Marine back into the contest. 76 of 86 deliveries there for Asif. Sandeep Singh got into double figures, was looking threatening, but a silly looking shot gave his wicket away. 12 of 10. Parag Khanapurkar, big name, did not contribute yet, but cannot write him off. None of 4 for him. Vishnu, cheap dismissal there for him as well. 1 of 6. Shanawaz, 4 of 16. And then unbeaten knock of 24 of 25 by Vakas. Asif Mumtaz stayed unbeaten there, did not get off the mark. And Interglobe Marine very comfortably chasing it out. A total of 8 bowlers been used here, out of which 4 was successful. Mujahid Amin, pick of the bowlers there, 10 overs. 1 maiden, 48 runs and 2 wickets for him. Manjarekar bowling 5, picked up 2 and conceding 22 runs. Saqib Manshad bowled 4, bowled 1 maiden and picked up a wicket for 18. Akif Raja, an expensive outing there for him. Picked up 1 wicket though, but went for 60 runs. Wasn't in the best of the shape, but with 23 extras. And those were the 6 wickets that fell. First at 18, second at 23, third at 165. That was the game-changing partnership. From there on, IGM was never, they were never, haunted with the kind of bowling that we saw from Pacific Group. Overall, a very dominating sort of performance, and that's the highlight here. Sandeep Singh Sandy starting off with that boundary, that gift which was offered. Couple of more. That was hit straight, and this was a silly dismissal. He wasn't happy, and why would you be? And so was the other left-handed, Parag Khanapurkar. And from there on, that partnership between Yasir Kaleem, this was the catch that was put down, gave a life to Yasir Kaleem. Not one, not two, but 3 lifelines for him. Converted that into a big one, into 3-figure score. And making that run chase pretty comfortable there. And these inside shots, glorious to watch. Yasir Kaleem was fantastic. So was Asif Lala from the other end. And this was the onslaught where he began. Couple of hits there outside the off stump, and then he switched on to his T20 mode. Didn't spare anyone. Short deliveries were dispatched, they were pulled, and here, this was his dismissal. Just miscuing one up in the air, and Himayatullah making no mistake. But Yasir Kaleem kept going, but this was a very good catch here coming in from Aman, dismissing Vishnu Sukumaran, but Yasir Kaleem kept going there. Majority of the strokes coming in on the offside. Approximately around 65 to 70% score on the offside, but this one, big hit. And that was the dismissal of Yasir Kaleem. A very comfortable looking catch there by the fielder, substitute. And sealing the show there, Waqas Ali with the finishing touch. It was a fantastic overall game of cricket that we saw here. And that's the summary for you. Pacific Group, Abhay Jotan making his debut there, 87 of 106 deliveries. Hamdan Tahir not able to convert that start, 45 of 74. Would have wanted to go to that milestone. Ansh scoring 38 of 51 with IGM bowlers contributing across, like Ayatullah bowling 6 overs for 37, picked up 2. Zahid picked up 2 in his 7-over quota. Shahnawaz bowled his 10-over quota, 2 for 41. And in response, Interglobe Marine finished the total off in 39.4 overs. Exactly how they lost against Reliance. But the score was a little less. In fact, it was way less. 170 is what they managed in that game. But this victory will definitely bring a lot of confidence in that pavilion. What a big win. It was needed. And we'll quickly head down to the post-match ceremony, where I have my co-commentator Nishant out there.
Check, audio check.
Testing 1, 2, 3. We've come to another end of another game, and of course this was a very comfortable run chase here, and now Interglobe Marine are back in the reckoning. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League, powered by FanCode. Before we begin, we'd like to thank Sharjah Cricket and all the administrators involved behind the scenes for the support in hosting this tournament. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, title sponsor SkyExchange.net, powered by FanCode, official streaming platform FanCode, event partner TCM, merchandise partner Leap Sports, pouring partners Dole International, and F&B partner Star Biryani. In the 8th match of the tournament, Interglobe Marine defeated the Pacific Group by 4 wickets with quite a few number of balls to spare. Well, it's time for me to introduce you to the person who will be giving away the Player of the Match award. We have with us Mr. Iftikhar Ali. Welcome, sir. And of course, there were quite a few performances. Asif Lala played a brilliant knock, and the one person with whom he got involved in that match-turning partnership, he is the player of the match, and it is for his 112 of 93 balls. Can I welcome Yasir Kaleem to receive the trophy? Excellent innings, Yasir. Well, 2 wickets down when you came out to bat. The match was still wide open.
Yeah, it's a 50 over format. You know, you just have to play long innings. You just have to stay on the wicket. The wicket is quite flat. So if you stay till long, you know, then the runs, you cannot stop runs on this kind of a wicket. So the idea was me and Asif to just stay till the 20-25 overs and make up a partnership, and that proved to be a match winning for us.
And of course, you kept for 50 overs before that in these hot, humid conditions. Then came out to bat and batted almost 35 overs. Must have been very draining.
Yeah, it was quite draining. I was just getting a couple of cramps as well, but I just stressed myself, and the situation was such that I had to play, till the end and take my team home. So I just thought that if I stay till the end and the other players rotated around me, then we can, win this match easily.
Well, you started off on a very cautious note, but then you paced your innings brilliantly. You decided to go after the bowling all of a sudden. What was the trigger for that?
No, when I came to bat, 2 wickets were already down, so we just wanted to play some overs. Akif was bowling quite well, and Mujahid was also bowling in the right areas. So I just wanted to play a few overs, get myself in, and when your eyes is set in this kind of a situation, the wicket was quite flat. So we just thought, once I'm set, I can take on any bowler.
And I see a lot of MS Dhoni in you. Do you derive a lot of inspiration from him?
Yeah, he's been inspiration for millions of the Indians, but my inspiration has always been Adam Gilchrist, so I look forward for him since my childhood.
Well, looking forward to more performances from you. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right then, that was the man of the match, Yasir Kaleem, for his fantastic 100. That's all for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with another game. And, of course, you can catch all the excitement in the official streaming platform Fan Code and CricTracker and Sharjah Cricket Stadium Facebook page. That's it for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with all the action. Till then, on behalf of everybody, it's goodbye and good night from Nishant Majitia. Sleep well. Do take good care.